Chapter 1432. Let me deal with it. You don't have to worry about it. Yang Chen took the magic weapon of the Immortal's Cave handed over by Gong Sunling and carefully explored it. After letting Xiao Tian swallow the aura of the original owner, together with the 4 magic weapons of the Immortal's Cave in his own hands, they were all sent to Gong Sunling's hands. Husband? Gong Sunling asked in confusion. Why did Yang Chen give these things to her? Not only Gong Sunling, but even Gao Yu had the same doubts. Use the Mountain River geographical map to integrate and refine these space magic weapons. Yang Chen explained with a smile. As for those people inside, all of them will faint, and after searching, put them in my medicine garden for me to take away. The 5 magic weapons of the Immortal's Cave were almost the strongest spatial magic weapons in the mortal world. Integrated into the Mountain River geographical map, it could more effectively increase the power of the Mountain River geographical map. Now that Gong Sunling was a master of the Darching stage, the Mountain River geographical map, which was originally unable to further sacrificial refine, could now be integrated with these space magic weapons to improve its power. For Yang Chen's instructions, Gong Sunling would never have any discount in the implementation, and immediately followed her husband's instructions. As long as these Immortal's Caves entered the Mountain River geographical map, then the people inside could almost be said to have no control over their own life and death. If Gong Sunling wanted them to faint, they would never wake up. Even the masters of the Darching stage could not resist, let alone these future genius disciples below the Yuanying stage. To be selected as a reserve disciple by the Taishanmen, the cultivation aptitude was a selection criterion, but more importantly, the loyalty of these people to the Taishanmen was absolutely credible. It was based on this that Yang Chen never had the intention to recruit these people. Moreover, it was simply unrealistic to recruit tens of thousands of people. As long as one person, they could put Yang Chen's family and Chunyang Palace into a disaster. How to deal with these 50,000 Taishanmen disciples, Yang Chen was actually a little hesitant at the beginning. Although it was one thing to kill Sect Master Li and those elders in front of him, it was another thing to silently kill 50,000 people. However, after calculating the days, Yang Chen suddenly made a decision. He already had an idea of how to deal with the 50,000 people, so he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Even so, Yang Chen was still unwilling to let Gao Yu and Gong Sunling know. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were also smart and didn't ask much. Anyway, their husband would never harm them. This was enough. Not to mention the life and death of 50,000 people, even if it was 500,000 people, so what? Gong Sunling was very happy to refine the cave abodes. With the experience of refining the Langya well, refining these 5 cave abodes, which were countless times smaller than the space of the Langya well, was very easy. It didn't take long for her to finish refining them. Those Taishanmen disciples all fainted and then waited for Gong Sunling to plunder their belongings one by one. For the time being, they were placed in the Mountain River geographical map and waited for Yang Chen to ask for them at any time. Husband, the traces here are too obvious. What should we do? Gong Sunling was busy refining the space, but Gao Yu talked to Yang Chen about something else. In this area covered by the Demon Ceiling Formation, there was originally a Demon Ceiling Formation inside, but it was forcibly broken by Yang Chen. In addition, there were so many great elders fighting and finally, it was hit by Sect Master Li's heaven-blasting thunder. It had already become a scene of devastation. As long as someone came here, they could see what had happened here. Even Sect Master Li had fled here. The Taishanmen seemed to have been exterminated, but it was impossible for them to be completely exterminated. There were hundreds of thousands of Taishanmen disciples, and there were always people who went out to gain experience. There were many people who did not rush back to Taishanmen after getting the news, so the news of the Taishanmen being exterminated could not be hidden from the mysterious Heaven sect. It was just a matter of time. Once someone knew about this place and came to investigate, the situation here would inevitably be exposed. Although the traces of fighting could not explain anything, if someone wanted to have a relationship with the Demon Ceiling Formation, Yang Chen would not be able to escape the suspicion and pursuit of the mysterious Heaven sect. Yang Chen was a person who had been reborn, so he naturally did things without any loopholes. When Gao Yu asked about this matter, Yang Chen almost thought of a solution in the blink of an eye. It's simple. Just remove the demon sealing formation, and then someone will cross the wind tribulation here. Yang Chen answered Gao Yu with a smile. As long as someone crossed the tribulation here, it would be contaminated with the aura of the wind tribulation. All the environment would be destroyed, so naturally, no one would suspect anything. This was the place where the great elders of the Taishanmen secluded themselves. So what if there were a few people crossing the tribulation? Those elders later found that they could not do anything, so it did not seem unusual for them to choose to cross the tribulation. There is a way, but where can I find someone to cross the tribulation? Gao Yu recognized Yang Chen's method, but this method immediately brought a new problem. Those who crossed the tribulation would definitely find that there was something abnormal here. Was it necessary to find a trustworthy master of the Chunyang Palace and forcibly use the 100-year pill to improve their cultivation and forcibly cross the tribulation? There is no need to be so troublesome. There is someone crossing the tribulation in front of us. Yang Chen smiled and took out his pure bottle medicine garden. When Gao Yu saw the pure bottle medicine garden, she suddenly understood. The pure bottle medicine garden had absorbed spiritual power for 40 days in the special eye of the universe everlasting spirit suppression formation. In these 40 days, half of the spiritual power in the world had been cleansed. It could almost be said that it had been completely sacrificial, refined several times, and the quality had improved by more than a little. Among them, the greatest benefits were the tool spirits of the medicine garden, a Zhu and a Bai. The spiritual power that the medicine garden could carry was limited, so most of the spiritual power was absorbed by a Zhu and a Bai. If a Zhu and a Bai did not have a stronger ability to absorb more spiritual power before, but after the integration of the immortal peach and the blood phantom vine, the bodies of the two women were close to the edge of the tribulation at any time. Their own strength brought about more absorption of spiritual power. Even without Yang Chen's hands, they controlled the medicine garden and forcibly sacrificially improved the medicine garden by a few levels in the scouring of spiritual power. After absorbing so much spiritual power, they now completely exceeded the strength of the tribulation. It was only because of the protection of the demon seal formation that the tribulation did not fall. Now at this time, it was time for a Zhu and a Bai to cross the tribulation. The two tool spirits crossed the tribulation at the same time. The wind tribulation would be twice as strong as the ordinary tribulation. The power of the tribulation could completely cover this area and completely turn this area into a place where the tribulation raged. Even if more people came to investigate, they could only come to one conclusion at that time. Someone here was just crossing the tribulation and ascending. There would be no other possibility. A Zhu, a Bai, it's time for you to cross the tribulation. Yang Chen summoned a Zhu and a Bai and explained the reason why he wanted them to cross the tribulation at this time. He did not forget to give the two women great benefits after the tribulation is successful. I will give you the gourd of the dragon clan and let you refine it. Chapter 1433. The dragon gourd was obtained by Yang Chen from the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. It could contain almost all the liquids in the world, including all kinds of spiritual solutions and even the black liquid of the ultimate demonized vine. It was definitely a powerful magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan. A Zhu and a Bai knew about this gourd. When they heard Yang Chen's words, the two women were pleasantly surprised. If they could really integrate and refine the dragon gourd, then the bottleneck of the original medicine garden's limited capacity of spiritual power would completely disappear. The dragon gourd could contain almost unlimited spiritual power. At that time, it would be enough for all the medicinal herbs in the medicine garden to not worry about the lack of spiritual power for thousands of years. Their own strength had already reached the realm of crossing their tribulation, and with the stimulation of Yang Chen's reward, and the experience of watching the dragon spirit's tribulation last time, the two women were now eager to try. Gong Sunling did not delay time, and soon the outermost demon seal array was withdrawn into the mountain river geographical map. The next moment, a Zhu and a Bai flew into the air with the medicine garden's body, just in the center of this hundreds of miles area. The universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation was definitely a powerful formation, especially after being edified in the special formation eye. It was even more incredible. Yang Lan and Yang Lan were able to reach the realm of absolute strength tribulation in just a few dozen days. They didn't have to consider anything like the state of mind at all, and they could resist the heavenly tribulation. Even Yang Lan of the Yuanying stage and Yang Lan of the Jedan stage could be forcibly promoted to this realm, not to mention a Zhu and a Bai who were already on the verge of crossing their tribulation. Even if the many magic weapons shared half of the spiritual power in the world, it was enough for a Zhu and a Bai to completely ignore the ordinary wind tribulation by relying on that. Even if their own strength was strong, the heavenly tribulation would be several times stronger, and at the same time, the tribulation would strengthen the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a Zhu and a Bai were not worried about failing the tribulation at all. This was the effect of confidence. The same principle had appeared with Wang Yong in the past. Now Yang Chen used another way to tell the two women that he was optimistic about them by giving the dragon gourd to them. The two women had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, how could they not understand it? A Zhu and a Bai, as the tool spirits, knew what it meant to be favored by Yang Chen. Under the dual stimulation of strong confidence and strength, the two women even burst out with unprecedented passion. Originally, Yang Chen still had some encouragement and excitement, but when the first wind tribulation fell, Yang Chen could already be completely sure that a Zhu and a Bai would have no problem passing the wind tribulation. This was the second time for Gaou and Gong Sunling to see the artifact spirit's tribulation, and they couldn't help but feel envious. However, this kind of thing was fate and could not be forced. It was not easy to find a creature that was willing to be an artifact spirit. In addition, it was indeed difficult to find an artifact spirit that was worthy of the two women's life-bonded magic treasures. They did not have Yang Chen's heaven-defying luck to be able to find a Zhu and a Bai first, and then find a dragon spirit. Whether it was the tribulation of an expert or a weapon spirit, it was a rare experience for the three of them, especially a wind tribulation of this scale. Apart from the time when Dao Junkie crossed her tribulation, the one they had seen was the most powerful one. Of course, the scene of Taishanmen's Yang Lan and Yang Lan pulling more than a dozen great elders into the tribulation at the same time was impossible for them to see. This time, it was a little compensation. This was the thought in Yang Chen's heart. If the masters of the major sect who besieged Taishanmen knew about it, they would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Was this just a little compensation? It must be known that the reserve materials of the entire Taishanmen, the capital that Taishanmen prepared for a comeback in case of an emergency, all fell into the hands of Yang Chen and his wife. Coupled with the family property that Sect Master Li brought out this time, it could be said that more than 70% of the wealth of Taishanmen had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling. The major sect worked hard, and in the end, they only got 30% of the benefits, and there were so many sect to share, among which there was a share of Taishanmen. At the same time, they also had to compensate Yang Chen's wives and concubines for paying the pure yin true fire fourth fire god Thunder. It could fall into the hands of every sect. It could be said that it was extremely shameful. Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling got great benefits, but they also said that they had barely received some compensation. This kind of mentality was really a bit unkind. However, who knew? Even if it was the head of the palace, it was impossible to know this. It was even more impossible to know that before Yang Chen joined the Chunyang Palace, he had already made up his mind to destroy the Taishanmen. A Zhu and a Bai did not let Yang Chen and the others wait for long. The 9 wind tribulations came one after another, and they did not show any tricks. They just methodically dealt with the tribulations step by step. In addition to the aura of the tribulations that enveloped thousands of miles, giving the area originally covered by the demon seal array a solid imprint of the scene after the tribulations, the overall process was calm and peaceful. When a Zhu and a Bai appeared in front of Yang Chen again with a smile like a flower, Yang Chen just smiled and said congratulations, and then put the Dragon Clan's gourd in the pure bottle medicine garden. This was the reward promised to the two women. As for how the two women refined and integrated it, it was the two women's own business. In terms of cultivation alone, the two women had surpassed Yang Chen, but because they were tool spirits, they could not take the initiative to ascend and could only stay with Yang Chen. There is plenty of time to refine and integrate, let's pick up the people first. Yang Chen did not let a Zhu and a Bai start refining and integrating immediately, But first let Gong Sunling send 50,000 Taishanmen disciples into the medicine garden. With a Bai there, the body of the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine could definitely make those people fall into a coma forever and never wake up again. After doing all this, the three did not stay here for a moment. Yang Chen directly brought the two women into the shuttle and quickly flew in the direction of the Chunyang Palace. The harvest this time, no one can say anything, it's good to make a fortune quietly. Yang Chen once again told Gaou and Gong Sunling those things, if they can be used, then use them. If they can't be used, find a way to change their appearance in the future and slowly sell them. We have hundreds of years to do this slowly, there is no hurry. Both women nodded with a smile on their faces. The harvest was good, but what really made them happy was that they shared a secret with their husband. This secret was unknown to the other sisters, and it was their husband who specifically told no one to say it. This feeling of sharing a secret with their husband was what they cared about the most. Ignoring the happiness of the two women, Yang Chen's mind had already flown to another place. That person should already be born. These 50,000 people were just enough for him to end his karma. Chapter 1434. The masters of the major sect had gathered at the original site of the Taishanmen to carry out the final cleanup work. The entire Taishanmen mountain gate was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Instead, it was in ruins. After 3 consecutive heavenly tribulations, Super Thunder Tribulation, Super Yin Fire Tribulation, and Super Wind Tribulation, the masters besieging them didn't even need to make a move. The Taishanmen, who had unlocked the demon sealing formation, had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. No one had expected such an outcome, but everyone was exceptionally glad that it was such an outcome. The Taishanmen were the unlucky ones. They were everyone's enemies, so this was the best result. If the same misfortune had befallen the allied forces of the major sect, everyone felt a chill just thinking about it. Fortunately, the tragedy had befallen the Taishanmen. Not only had the Taishanmen mountain gate been directly destroyed, but the masters who had come to encircle the Taishanmen had not been stained with the blood of the Taishanmen. The people from the small sect were not clear about this, but the people from the major sect all knew that the heavenly court had changed. The mysterious heaven sect was now in charge. Even if the Taishanmen had angered the public this time and been destroyed, the mysterious heaven sect had nothing to say. The problem was that the mysterious heaven sect would find other reasons to deal with the masters who had participated one by one. Once they were targeted by the masters of the mysterious heaven sect, it could be said that their future path of cultivation would be extremely dangerous. Now, everyone had not been stained with the blood of the Taishanmen. Even if they ascended to the spiritual realm or the celestial realm, they did not have to worry too much about the mysterious heaven sect's investigation. After all, even if the mysterious heaven sect was 10 times stronger, it was impossible for them to become the enemy of all the sect in the world. The current situation was just right. Everyone had not been stained with too much blood. The Taishanmen had been destroyed by the Taishanmen themselves. Everyone had just come to reason with the Taishanmen. No matter how strong the mysterious heaven sect was, they couldn't just let others reason with them, right? Therefore, the experts of the major sect could plunder the Taishanmen's original territory without any qualms. While they were looking for the fish that escaped the net, they were also collecting the spoils of war. Fortunately, everyone knew that it would be very troublesome to face the behemoth that was the mysterious heaven sect in the future. Thus, everyone restrained themselves when searching for the spoils of war and didn't fight. Under the coordination of several large sect of the Tao, Devil, Monster, and Rogue Cultivators Alliance, there wasn't any big trouble and everything seemed to be in order. No one had expected that the colossal Taishanmen would fall so quickly and so thoroughly. Although it was still uncertain how many Taishanmen were still outside and how many of them had escaped this time, everyone was certain that the Taishanmen were finished. They would never have a chance to make a comeback. It wasn't that the Taishanmen didn't have a backup plan, but all the sect wouldn't allow the Taishanmen to rise again. This time, the Taishanmen could be said to be the public enemy of the world. No sect would allow such a tragedy to happen again. That terrifying array directly absorbed the spirit energy of the world for the sect to use. For the past 40 days, the experts of the major sect had watched the spirit energy of the world gather in the Taishanmen, but they couldn't do anything about it. This kind of situation couldn't happen again. The destruction of the Taishanmen was already a fact. Next, it was time for everyone to sit down and eat the spoils. The resources left by the greatest heaven sect and the territory left would be divided according to how much effort they made this time under the auspices of several major sects. Very few people argued about this. This was something left behind by the Taishanmen. Whoever took the most would have to bear the wrath of the mysterious heaven sect in the spiritual realm in the future. In addition to the super big sect, some of the experts from the small sect who participated even said that they only needed some simple spirit stones, elixirs, and materials. The ones who really dared to reach out were the big sect that could already wrestle with the Taishanmen. This was simple. The Taishanmen's territory was in the Tao sect, so it was obviously impossible for the Devil sect and the Devil sect to accept it. This directly benefited the four big Tao sect. They weren't afraid that the mysterious heaven sect would settle the score later and directly divide the territory and the spirit veins. The big Tao sect occupied the territory, so they didn't have a share of the wealth. The resources of the Taishanmen were distributed to the Devil sect and the Devil sect. Although it was more difficult for them to cultivate directly in the past, the cultivation methods in the world were all comprehensible, especially the orthodox cultivation methods of the greatest heaven sect. No matter who it was a useful reference. As for the various elixir recipes and array formations, they were definitely good things that could be collected by the Taishanmen. They could be used anywhere, so no one would refuse them. As for the various medicinal herbs and refining materials, no one would dislike them. The more, the better. The Devil sect and the Devil sect didn't stand on ceremony. Each of the Taishanmen's sutra depository made a copy. The Devil sect and the Devil sect each took a third of the items in the warehouse. The remaining third was distributed to the experts from the small sect who contributed. The Taishanmen was indeed worthy of being the number one sect in the world. All kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones that they didn't have time to take away were piled up like a small mountain. Every expert who participated in this matter didn't fall behind. Everyone had a share, and almost everyone was satisfied. Almost all the cultivators in the world were running around telling each other, drinking and celebrating this great news that made everyone happy. Even the low-level cultivators who weren't qualified to participate were the same. The heaven and earth boundless original suppression formation didn't just affect the experts, but all the cultivators. While they were dividing the loot, there was another thing that needed to be done immediately, and that was to deal with the small sect that originally attached themselves to the Taishanmen. To put it bluntly, these small sect attached themselves to the Taishanmen were the dogs and hawks of the Taishanmen. Usually, they relied on the support of the Taishanmen to act like tyrants. Even some of the dirty work that the Taishanmen couldn't do was done by these small sect. With the Taishanmen supporting these sect from behind, countless cultivators who had suffered losses didn't dare to say anything. Now that the Taishanmen had been exterminated, the previous debts had to be properly settled. Since the Taishanmen had been exterminated, these dogs and hawks naturally couldn't be left alive. Whether it was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, or to take revenge, it would be another round of killing. Naturally, the resources of these sect would also belong to whoever did it, and no one would fight for it. In the world of cultivators, there were countless rewards for the disciples of the Taishanmen. No matter who it was, as long as they found a disciple of the Taishanmen who escaped the net, they could bring their heads to the big sect to receive the reward without any reason. Killing without teaching? When the Taishanmen used the heaven and earth boundless original suppression formation, they didn't inform everyone. What everyone did was an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 1435. In this storm, the Pure Young Palace did not stand out in particular. It was average. Apart from blocking a few Tribulation Transcendence Masters in a certain direction, there was almost nothing else that could be praised. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters all fought with their respective sect. In addition to contributing the fourth fire Divine Thunder, they also killed some masters. On the contrary, Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling did not appear at all, let alone make any contributions. This made Yang Chen's wives and concubines feel very strange. When Yang Chen separated, he also told them to follow the pace of their respective sect masters, but he did not appear with Chunyang Palace. It was really unreasonable. However, there was absolutely no doubt that their husband must have taken advantage of them in other places. What was distributed to Chunyang Palace was a large number of spirit stones and 100,000 volumes of ancient books of Taishanmen. The ancient books of the Taishanmen's Sutra Depository could not be distributed to all sect without limit. After being divided by the big sect, the order was completely disrupted, and the people of the small sect could draw whatever they wanted. No one was dissatisfied. Since they did not have the strength to bear the anger of Shentian sect, they should not do anything to further anger Shentian sect. It was already a blessing to get these ancient books, and no one would ask for more. Even if they were greedy people, they would have a sense of propriety in this matter. If they were too greedy, not to mention facing Shentian sect in the spiritual world, these big sect in the mortal world would not let them have an easy time. For the people of Chunyang Palace, as long as the Taishanmen were destroyed, it was already the biggest gain. The hatred of the Taishanmen against Chunyang Palace could be said to have been cleanly avenged. There was nothing that made the palace master and the core executives happier than this. As for these things that were distributed, it was completely an extra surprise. Another pleasant surprise was that everyone realized that after the heaven and earth limitless origin suppressing formation stopped operating, the spiritual power in the world began to slowly return to normal. It was not forcefully plundered to Taishanmen. This allowed everyone's hearts to calm down. As long as they could return to normal, everything would be fine. Naturally, the heaven and earth limitless original suppressing formation was also found in the Sutra's depository by the disciples of the sect. This array diagram was the original one that Yang Chen had given him back then, and it did not have any special array eyes or anything like that. The formation experts of each sect studied it and combined it with the situation in Taishanmen, and they understood the function of this formation. What **T? It can't be stopped after it's activated. What misunderstanding? The explanation that the Taishanmen gave to the representatives of the major sect in the past was pure **T. According to the results of the research, the Taishanmen just didn't want to stop. How could they not stop? This was another crime of the Taishanmen. Not to mention the spiritual realm, even if they were in the celestial realm, the Black Heaven sect would not be able to reason with them. This kind of formation was definitely not something that people in the mortal world could study. Even if they went to the spiritual realm in the future, they would still have a score to settle with the Black Heaven sect. With this, the major sects would be able to hold their heads up even straighter. After everyone stayed at the mountain gate of Taishanmen for a few months, the experts of each sect began to return one after another. They went back to their own homes to count their gains. Only the people of the four major Dao sect were left here. After dividing up the territory of Taishanmen, they would naturally establish their own branches and assign people. It should be known that the Taishanmen had always occupied the most abundant spiritual veins and the most suitable treasured land for cultivation. Even if it was divided equally among the four sects, it was still an unexpected surprise for the four major sect. The insufferably arrogant Taishanmen fell just like that. The scattered disciples were hunted down like crazy, just like how Yang Chen was hunted in his previous life. The difference was that these Taishanmen disciples had no place to hide no matter where they went. Unlike Yang Chen, who could at least escape to a place where the Taishanmen couldn't reach and continue to cultivate. It could be said that this event in the greatest heaven sect could definitely be said to be the biggest event in the world of cultivators in the past 10,000 years. The impact of this matter was not something that could be completely eliminated in 1,000 years. Perhaps it would take around 10,000 years before it would truly cease to exist. All the cultivators were intentionally or unintentionally looking for the whereabouts of the Taishanmen. Everyone knew that it was impossible for such a big sect like the Taishanmen to not have a backup plan. Once they found a secret place to recuperate, they would slowly grow in the future and become a huge threat to all the other sect. No one was willing to bear the revenge of the Taishanmen in the dark, and no one was willing to face it. To the surprise of all the major sect, only a dozen of the great elders of the Taishanmen appeared. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. Logically speaking, the existence of these great elders was to protect the continuation of the sect. Why did they not appear when the Taishanmen were in a situation where the entire sect was destroyed? For the major sect, These great elders were the hidden dangers that made them unable to eat and sleep in peace. If they did not find the whereabouts of these great elders, no one could sleep in peace. Fortunately, under the inspection of all parties, a few months later, when someone was tracking a core disciple of the Greatest Heaven sect, they followed the disciple to discover the original hidden valley, and at the same time, they found traces of a master's recent tribulation. There were also traces of a large amount of spiritual power gathering there. The great elders who came to investigate carefully finally came to a conclusion. The great elders of the Taishanmen seemed to have absorbed too much spiritual power and could not suppress it. In the end, they had no choice but to cross the heavenly tribulation and ascend. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have occurred with the demon ceiling formation. However, since there were people in the Taishanmen who opened the demon ceiling formation to trigger the heavenly tribulation, this place might have been opened at the same time. This could also explain why the great elders did not appear in the Taishanmen. From the mouth of the core disciple of the Taishanmen, a group of great elders learned where this place was originally. After confirming the traces of ascension, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. The supreme elders, who posed the greatest threat, had all been forced to ascend. This was something that even the heavens could not stand and watch. They could not stand the perverse actions of the Taishanmen. However, no one knew which loyal disciple of the sect had opened the demon ceiling formation of the Taishanmen. He was willing to make such a sacrifice and help all the cultivators in the world. No one knew that the reserve force of tens of thousands of people in the Taishanmen, including Sect Master Li and the elders, had been wiped out by Yang Chen. The tens of thousands of people who were alive now were all in a coma and did not know what had happened. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had returned to Chunyang Palace, but Yang Chen had taken these people to a place that no one knew. Chapter 1436. At present, only Yang Chen knew about this place. Even if it was the target he was waiting for, he would not know that he would pass through here. This wasn't some deep mountain forest, nor was it some secluded valley or mountain peak. It was simply a very obvious path. It was not an official road, but there were a lot of people walking on it. With more people walking on it, over time, it formed an obvious road. It was not spacious, but it was smooth to walk on. Yang Chen built a few rooms in a wide place on this road, which served as a small inn. It was said to be an inn, but even the owner and the waiter, there was only Yang Chen. Anyway, the people passing by on the road were not particularly frequent. There would be 1 or 2 in 10 days or half a month. Yang Chen was completely busy. No one knew that the famous 5th-grade alchemist master in the cultivation world, the master of the Darching stage, Yang Chen, would start this kind of small business in such a remote corner. Only Yang Chen knew that he was waiting for a person. Although he did not know when that person would pass by here, he was sure that it would be in the next 10 years. Yi Tian, who was confused, had no idea how he appeared in this ghost place. Anyway, when he woke up from his coma, he found himself here. Originally, Yi Tian planned to join the army, and it was on the way to join the army that he passed out. Of course, Yi Tian joined the army not to serve the king or anything like that, but he had his own plans. Yi Tian was born in a family of demonic path cultivators, and he was also a direct descendant of the family. However, ever since he was young, Yi Tian had never practiced any cultivation techniques. It was not that he did not have the talent for cultivation, but his grandfather did not let him cultivate. Hundreds of years ago, the theory of acquired spiritual roots appeared in the cultivation world, and it was said that it was proposed by Master Yang Chen. Subsequently, Master Yang put forward a series of theories about acquired spiritual roots, including how to improve some of the spiritual objects with acquired spiritual roots and so on. After the emergence of acquired spiritual roots, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Tian's grandfather, began to conduct in-depth research according to the theories of Master Yang. The Yi family came from the demonic path, so they did not care about rules and regulations when it came to research. Whatever method they thought of, they would experiment it. Under this kind of unrestrained and unceremonious research, the Yi family's patriarch did come up with a rather heinous method that could be used to improve acquired spirit roots. Spirit items that could improve one's acquired spirit root were hard to come by. From the start, The Yi family's patriarch never expected his descendants to have such heaven-defying luck. Therefore, what he researched was a cultivation technique that absorbed the life essence of others. The research of the cultivation method was successful, but there was a fatal flaw. This kind of cultivation method could only be cultivated by people before they started cultivating. Only then could it achieve the goal of improving the postnatal spiritual root. Once he started cultivating, he would never be able to succeed. For cultivation clans, it was not a big deal to abduct a large number of mortals so that their disciples could improve their acquired spiritual roots. Why would the Yi family, who came from the demonic path, care about the lives of mere mortals? The fatal thing was that the news of the Yi family's patriarch researching this demonic cultivation method was somehow leaked by a concubine disciple of the family. This kind of demonic cultivation method required the slaughter of tens of thousands of cultivators or hundreds of thousands of mortals to help one disciple. In order to avoid attracting attention, not every disciple had the right to use it. Thus, a certain branch family member who was born of a concubine secretly leaked the news of the cultivation method that the clan head had researched out when he had no hope of cultivating. The Yi family was only a small demonic path family, not even a third-rate sect. Soon, the Yi family was surrounded by demonic path experts who received the news. Of course, the patriarch was unwilling to hand over the cultivation method, so the Yi family was easily annihilated. Of the entire Yi family, only Yi Tian managed to escape. This was an escape route that the Yi family's patriarch had planned ahead of time. Yi Tian memorized the cultivation method passed down by the patriarch and embarked on the difficult path of cultivation alone. To cultivate, one must first kill. If he started a massacre in a certain place, it would be easy for the news to leak and Yi Tian could not do it alone. Therefore, he decided to join the army and take the opportunity to cultivate in the army. On his way to join the army, he inexplicably fainted while resting in a roadside inn. When he woke up, he found himself in this strange place. Yang Chen had been waiting for Yi Tian here. Before he died in his previous life, he had chatted with Old Demon Yi for a period of time. Old Demon Yi told him many things, including the demonic cultivation method that Old Demon Yi used to cultivate and some things that happened when he first started cultivating. Among them was the path that he passed by. Yang Chen had been waiting here for almost 7 years. Finally, the young Old Demon Yi appeared. Yi Tian's appearance did not change much from the Old Demon Yi of his previous life, so Yang Chen recognized him at a glance. In this life, Yang Chen relied on the demonic arts taught to him by Old Demon Yi to be able to have a full yin and yang 5-element spirit root. In any case, this was Yang Chen's favor to Old Demon Yi. Yang Chen had always been thinking about how to end this karma with Old Demon Yi. When he had tens of thousands of Taishanmen disciples to kill, he naturally thought of Old Demon Yi. Calculating the time, it just so happened that this was the day that Yi Tian would be born. Therefore, Yang Chen did not hesitate to bring the tens of thousands of Taishanmen disciples here to wait for Yi Tian. In his previous life, Yi Tian was notorious for his massacres in the army. Before he even started cultivating, he was regarded as a demon and was almost killed several times. The path of cultivation was also bumpy. Coupled with the fact that his entire family was wiped out, Old Demon Yi developed his surly personality in the future and became the Old Demon Yi that everyone feared. Yang Chen did not intend to change Old Demon Yi's personality. He just wanted to return the favor of Old Demon Yi for telling him the cultivation method. These tens of thousands of Taishanmen disciples must die. Since they were going to die, why not fulfill Old Demon Yi's wish? On one hand, Yang Chen did not have to do it himself. On the other hand, he could fulfill the karma between Yang Chen and Old Demon Yi. By making Old Demon Yi a little more dangerous at the beginning, it could be considered as the interest that Yang Chen gave to Old Demon Yi. When Yi Tian woke up, he found himself in a strange space. Apart from a few thatched cottages and some household items, the rest of the place was empty. While he was in shock, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the open space in front of him. Strangely, these people were all lying on the ground motionlessly. If it was not for the fact that their chests were moving and breathing, Yi Tian might have thought that they were all dead. "Kill them and you can leave," a clear voice sounded in Yi Tian's ears. Chapter 1437. The voice was so abrupt that Yi Tian jumped in fright. However, he was still the all-powerful old demon Yi in the future. Yi Tian quickly calmed down and began to ponder. Kill someone? Yi Tian had never been afraid. He was here to kill someone, so why would he be afraid? What Yi Tian was afraid of was his secret being found out. That would be a fatal disaster. The voice only said one sentence and did not appear again. Yi Tian pondered for a long time but could not find any malicious intent from the owner of the voice. It would not take much effort to kill him. His only concern was whether this person was secretly coveting the Yi family's newly developed cultivation method. However, how could an outsider learn such a demonic cultivation method just by looking at it? The Yi family's patriarch had researched it for so many years and did not leave any opportunities for outsiders to exploit. Even when cultivating this demonic cultivation method, outsiders would not be able to see any abnormalities. After understanding this, Yi Tian no longer tried to find out what the owner of the voice meant. Instead, he looked at the figures that suddenly appeared. Soon, Yi Tian realized that they were all cultivators. Yi Tian had never cultivated before, but that did not mean he could not see certain things. These cultivators clearly had a strong foundation, but for some reason, they were all unconscious on the ground. They did not have anything on them that could prove their identity, nor did they leave behind any Dharma treasures or Chenkuan bags. They were just lying there unconscious. While he was investigating, Yi Tian suddenly realized that one of the cultivators seemed to be waking up, which gave him a huge fright. Now, Yi Tian was a mortal who had never cultivated any cultivation methods. Once this person woke up, Yi Tian could even use his buttocks to think that he would definitely not have a good ending. In a moment of panic, he looked around and suddenly found a sharp knife not far from where he was lying. Without thinking, Yi Tian ran over, picked up the knife, and sprinted to the side of the person who was moving. Being called Old Demon Yi by the later generations, Yi Tian did not have any psychological pressure when it came to killing people. He had originally planned to join the army to kill people. Now that there was a ready-made expert for him to kill, he could not think of any reason to refuse. With a single slash, blood spurted out. The expert, who seemed like he was about to wake up, only twitched a few times before turning into a corpse. Without another word, Yi Tian began to cultivate the cultivation method in his mind. After a few breaths, Yi Tian immediately felt a warm current flowing into his body from the corpse in front of him. After completing one cycle according to the set of cultivation method, Yi Tian immediately cast his gaze on the other guy beside him. After killing more than 100 people in a row, Yi Tian felt exhausted. However, he was still afraid that the remaining dozens of people would make a move. Dragging his exhausted body, he killed all the remaining people before walking back to the thatched cottage. He started a fire to cook and then rested. By the time Yi Tian woke up, the 200 people he had killed were nowhere to be found. Yi Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, his vision blurred, and more than 200 figures appeared in front of him again. They were still in the same open space, and everyone was still unconscious. The ground was covered in blood. If one person woke up, Yi Tian knew what would happen to him. Therefore, Yi Tian had to pick up the sharp knife and began to repeat yesterday's process. Kill, practice, kill again, practice again, and the cycle began again. In the following days, Yi Tian did not distinguish between day and night. He only knew to kill people mechanically and then rest. The only extra thing was to sharpen the knife. After killing so many people, the sharp knife had become a little blunt. If he did not sharpen it, he would not feel happy killing people. When he killed more than 1,000 people, Yi Tian found that his body had begun to become stronger. Absorbing the life essence not only brought about the improvement of the acquired spirit root, but also the strength of the body itself. The result of the strength of the body was that the number of people he had to kill every day increased from more than 200 to more than 300, and then more and more. Yi Tian did not have any resistance to this, and still continued to mechanically kill and cultivate. Yi Tian counted every day, and after a few dozen days, he had killed more than 10,000 cultivators. By now, how could he not understand that these people were deliberately killed by the owner of the mysterious voice, and it must be to help him? Unfortunately, No matter how Yi Tian acted or shouted, no one responded to him. The owner of the voice seemed to have no intention of communicating with him, and just kept providing cultivators for him to kill. In the past, most of the people he killed were in the foundation establishment stage. Yi Tian had this eyesight and could also detect it. But in the past few days, he had discovered that there were already masters in the golden core stage. Who was the mysterious man? What kind of strength did he have? And how could he get so many cultivation masters for him to kill every day? Puzzled, Yi Tian simply let go completely. Anyway, if the mysterious man wanted to kill, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to be so long-winded. After letting go of everything, there was no longer anything to worry about, and Yi Tian's killing became more and more unrestrained. The cultivation method passed down by the ancestor allowed him to clearly sense the changes in his body. Although Yi Tian always had the 5-colored stone on him, Yi Tian never dared to take it out and try to measure his acquired spirit root, for fear that the mysterious man would see through it. Amidst this vigilant and wanton slaughter, Yi Tian counted the number of cultivators killed to be close to 50,000. What frightened him most was that the more he killed, the more masters he killed. At first, he was only in the foundation establishment stage, then there was a Jedan stage master, and now, he has killed dozens of Yuanying stage ancestors. He really didn't know if there would be masters in the Dacheng stage for him to kill. He didn't know how much time had passed. Yi Tian didn't know what the situation outside was now, only that he had killed all the Yuanying stage ancestors. He didn't know how many times he had sharpened the wrist knife. The physical body of the Yuanying stage ancestors was so strong, even in a coma, it was not so easy to kill them. On this day, Yi Tian finally managed to kill the last unconscious expert with much difficulty. Now the masters killed each time were getting fewer and fewer, there were only 20 or 30, but the time taken was almost the same as before. He really didn't know when it would end. Yi Tian was planning to return to the hut to rest, but the voice that hadn't appeared for a long time sounded again, "Take care of yourself." Before Yi Tian could understand what was going on, in a flash, Yi Tian had appeared in another place that was once familiar to him. What hut, what master's body, all disappeared without a trace in front of him. Chapter 1438. The place where Yi Tian appeared was the inn where he had inexplicably entered that place before. However, in the inn now, except for Yi Tian himself, there was no one else. Looking around blankly, Yi Tian couldn't believe whether his previous experience was real or a dream, but one thing was certain, that was, his current physical body had reached a staggering level. After absorbing the life essence of 50,000 cultivators, there was no way that it would be useless. After all, he was the old demon Yi of the later generations. He was only confused for a while, and quickly determined the situation in front of him. Without saying anything, Yi Tian turned around and left the place immediately. When he arrived at the secret place, Yi Tian took out the 5-colored stone and began to measure his acquired spirit root. Soon, a smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. The acquired fire spirit root was maxed out, and even several other attributes of the spirit root had been greatly improved. Although it did not reach the point of maxed out, it was enough to meet the requirements of several other cultivation methods. Without anyone tracking him, Yi Tian was completely ecstatic. Originally, he thought that it would take more than 10 years or even decades to improve his spirit root, but now it was completely unnecessary. He could start cultivating right away, and then find the enemies who destroyed his family and sect to take revenge. Watching Yi Tian leave, Yang Chen's figure never appeared again from beginning to end. The 50,000 Taishanmen disciples had been beheaded by Yi Tian, and their bones had become fertilizer for the flower garden of the pure bottle medicine garden. In a few decades, there would be no trace left. At this point, the last remaining reserve force of the Taishanmen had been completely destroyed by Yang Chen, and there was no trace left. Yi Tian and Yang Chen only had a friendship before his death in his previous life. This time, Yang Chen sent him 50,000 cultivators to kill, and he had already repaid all the kindness. As for how Yi Tian would develop in the future, whether he would become the old demon Yi that everyone in the immortal world would fear, it had nothing to do with Yang Chen. There was no more karma between the two. It had been 8 years since Yang Chen left alone, and it was time to rush back to Chunyang Palace to continue his own cultivation. When Yi Tian went far away, Yang Chen did not pay attention to his whereabouts. He directly launched the shuttle and flew quickly to Chunyang Palace. Gaou and Gong Sunling had returned to Chunyang Palace first, but the two women had been very tight-lipped. They did not tell anyone where their family of 3 went when they besieged the Taishanmen. All the good things they had obtained, including the storage space left by the Taishanmen, had been collected by Gong Suanling's geographical map of the mountains and rivers. The things inside were also secretly preserved by the two of them, without revealing any clues. Without the overt and covert suppression of Taishanmen, Chunyang Palace really ushered in the golden age of development. The spiritual power affected by the Heaven and Earth Wuji Spirit Suppression Formation had completely returned to normal a year after the incident. All the disciples of Chunyang Palace began to immerse themselves in cultivation. It seemed that they did not want to participate in the aftermath of the Taishanmen's extermination. During the years when Yang Chen was away, the cultivation world directly set off a crazy pursuit against the remnants of the Taishanmen and those who had originally surrendered to the Taishanmen. When the Taishanmen's sect was exterminated, the disciples of the Taishanmen who were not in Taishanmen became the public enemy of the cultivators. Even the craziest devil who chased after them in the past did not seem to have such vigor now. After all, the pursuit of the devil was just a matter of Taoism to eliminate the devil and defend the Tao. But now, the remnants of the Taishanmen, regardless of the Taoist devil or demon, were the targets of everyone's pursuit. The small sect that used to rely on the Taishanmen were also crazily retaliated against, and extermination happened almost every day. The smart ones immediately changed their sects and turned to other big sect. Those who were usually arrogant were uprooted. Only some of the spies who had invested in the name of the Taishanmen but had never made it public, nor had they shown any connection with the Taishanmen. However, these people could not make any waves now, and they even dared not say that they had anything to do with the Taishanmen. Some secret sect even directly obliterated a group of people who were in contact with the Taishanmen, completely eliminating the evidence related to the Taishanmen. It was rare that the Taoist devil and demon did not attack each other. They all restrained their own disciples with a sense of propriety, and tacitly developed wantonly. The cultivation world ushered in the most slaughtered but also the most peaceful period. Naturally, the target of the slaughter was the remnants of the Taishanmen, and the peace was all the other cultivators. Chunyang Palace in this tide did not show the mountain and did not expose the water, and even the benefits obtained were very ordinary. However, the high-level members of Chunyang Palace did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, after the destruction of the Taishanmen, the high-level core members had a collective celebration of drinking. Even the always cautious master of the palace was rarely unrestrained and drunk. The return of Yang Chen also did not cause any waves. After visiting the head of the palace and the elders, the high-level members no longer gave any instructions to Yang Chen. What he wanted to do was arranged by Yang Chen himself, and they never interfered. As for the absence of Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling during the siege of the Taishanmen, no one asked about it. Only when the head of the palace received Yang Chen's greeting, the corner of his eyes picked up, and it seemed to show a little inquiry. Yang Chen nodded secretly, and the two tacitly did not say anything. However, on that day, the head of the palace and the core high-level members found a reason to get drunk and seemed very happy. Speaking of it, this time the change of the Taishanmen, the head of the palace also indirectly got some benefits. At least the missing elder Wn Qianwan of the Blue Cloud sect had been attributed to the young master of the Taishanmen, Li Liheng, who let Wn Qianwan also belong to the category of beautiful female cultivators with high cultivation base. She also directly became a victim of the Devil Heart Sutra. The female cultivators who disappeared during that time were far more than those found in Taishanmen. At least twice the number. They lost their lives in the previous abduction or later after Li Liheng played with them. Because of the existence of the Demon Seal formation, the Life Source Spirit card could not be found, so Wn Qianwan's Life Source Spirit card had been destroyed in the sect. In the future, there would be no Wn Qianwan in this world, and no one would track down the whereabouts of elder Wn Qianwan. The beautiful Darching stage Dao companion of the head of the palace became a disciple of the Chunyang Palace. Anyway, everything about her was under the command of the head of the palace, and there would be no future troubles. Of course, From the beginning to the end, the head of the palace did not know the true identity of Wn Qianwan, and never regarded her as any trouble. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling saw their husband return, and they were smart not to ask Yang Chen a word. They only knew one thing. After their husband's trip, the 50,000 disciples of the Taishanmen sect never appeared again. It was enough to know this. Chapter 1439. Yi Tian killed 50,000 Taishanmen disciples, but there was one person he had never had the chance to see. That person was the former young sect master of Taishanmen, Li Liheng. Although Li Liheng was turned into a waste by Yang Lan, sect master Li did not know at the time. For so many years and so many generations, only Li Liheng had successfully practiced the spatial spiritual cultivation method. Even if Li Liheng made a big mistake and even led to the destruction of the Taishanmen, sect master Li was still lucky enough to think that one day Li Liheng could recover and continue to practice the spatial spiritual cultivation method and contact with the predecessors in the spiritual world. With the guidance of the predecessors, it was not known how many detours could be avoided in cultivation. Sect master Li had already tasted the sweetness of the previous things. Even if Li Liheng had a criminal record, he would at most be kept by his side at all times in the future, but many times Li Liheng still needed to communicate with the predecessors in the spiritual world. In the heart of sect master Li of Taishanmen, there has always been a small plan. He was forced to make a heart oath. If he obeyed the oath, he would end up in ashes. As the sect master of Taishanmen for such a long time, he was high and mighty, and his words were the law. How could he tolerate himself turning into ashes when he crossed the tribulation in the future? Sect master Li was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He needed Li Liheng to help him get the method to break the heart oath from the predecessors in the spiritual world. He did not see the ascension of Yang Lan and Yang Lan with his own eyes. He was not sure if the special formation eye would work, but there must be a method similar to Mu Mingyuan's ascension in the past. Based on this, sect master Li took the unconscious Li Liheng, and then Li Liheng fell into the hands of Yang Chen. This guy was a prelude to the tragedy of Yang Chen's previous life. Although Yang Lan was behind the scenes, Li Liheng was the direct person who came forward that year. After knowing that Yang Lan and Yang Lan had ascended, Yang Chen even thought about leaving Li Liheng's life, and even let him ascend as well. After arriving in the spiritual world, let Li Liheng deal with Yang Lan and Yang Lan. It was also a good thing to let the enemies bite each other. However, after some in-depth thinking, Yang Chen gave up this plan. If Li Liheng ascended, it would definitely lead to the misunderstanding of the spatial spiritual cultivation method. For the time being, it was better not to be exposed. Moreover, Li Liheng's cultivation had been completely destroyed. To treat him to the point where he could ascend, it would cost enough resources to let dozens of normal cultivators ascend. To waste this kind of resources on an enemy that might expose his own arrangements, Yang Chen was not extravagant to this point. In the end, Yang Chen personally killed Li Liheng. He had completely severed the enmity between him and Li Liheng. It could be said that in the mortal world, there was now no real enemy of Yang Chen. Perhaps those who helped the tyrant in the past and took refuge in the Greatest Heaven sect could barely be counted, but that was only an indirect enemy. Chen 2222. Yang. Lito. 222 to Tian 222 to Tian. Tian. And Yu. Li to he, Gao, Yuto to Tian Tian to Lito. To Yu to Tian Yi. After meeting with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, it was naturally another round of love. After returning from the Langya well, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had been in fear since they knew that Yang Chen's enemies were Taishanmen. However, what the two women did not expect was that in the next few years, the situation suddenly changed. The Taoist leader, who was high and mighty, suddenly became the public enemy of the whole world. He was attacked by a group of people, and finally, his sect was destroyed. Looking back at all this, the two women only felt that everything in the past was like a dream. They knew that it was related to their husband, but they didn't understand how Yang Chen arranged it. How did he make the Taishanmen the public enemy? Although they didn't understand, the two women didn't want to ask. Since Yang Chen was fighting against the Taishanmen for Gao Yu, nothing else needed to be said. Just this thought was enough to make Gao Yu completely loyal. Gong Sunling was no exception. Sharing a secret with her husband would only make her feel more and more sweet. The two women didn't deal with the good things they got from the Taishanmen at all. They had been waiting for young Chen to come back and make a decision. There were too many things. Even the two women, who were used to young Chen's extravagance and wealth, were completely shocked. If so many things appeared in the world, it would definitely make countless cultivators crazy. How to deal with such a large amount of wealth was also a matter that needed to be cautious. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. The two women also understood this truth, so they didn't touch these things. They kept them untouched and waited for their husband to deal with them. In the geographical map of mountains and rivers, there was a place that only young Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling could reach. The things of the Taishanmen were kept here. Not only the resources, but also the ancient books and countless spiritual liquids kept by the Taishanmen were all here. These things can't see the light of day. Keep them all for your own use. Yang Chen waved his hand and directly fixed the value of this batch of valuable things. In the future, you will use these materials to practice. What the masters in the geographical map of mountains and rivers need, we will also use these things to satisfy them. Only young Chen and the two women knew about this batch of things. The others who knew about it were dead. This ownerless thing could be said to be a real bargain for young Chen's family. Now young Chen had exchanged good things for one Bao Tower and a large number of medicinal pills. After a long time, it would not be surprising if young Chen had something better in his hands. At that time, these things would quietly become young Chen's things, and young Chen would have the final say on whether to use them or sell them. In the next period of time, we should avoid arousing suspicion and stay in the sect to cultivate honestly. After young Chen sneaked out, he did not intend to give others the impression that his whereabouts were uncertain. It had only been a few years since he came out of the Langya well, so it was not abrupt to stay in the sect to cultivate. The pure bottle medicine garden was thrown into the spiritual liquid lake by young Chen together with the dragon gourd. The fusion of the two magic weapons required a lot of spiritual power. Young Chen did not want to waste those spiritual liquids. These spiritual liquids that the Taishanmen had accumulated for many years became the best consumables, enough for a Zhu and a Bai to use. I will filter these ancient books first. If it is worth it for you to see, you can take a look. Hundreds of millions of jade slips were stored here. This was the collection of the Taishanmen. For young Chen, it was just a good thing to make up for his lack of knowledge. These ancient books were all-encompassing and had everything. There were all kinds of refining, alchemy, and formations. The cultivation methods were even more strange. Young Chen only had a fire attribute spiritual root in his previous life. He had a far-sighted vision in fire attribute cultivation, but he was much worse in other aspects. Although these things were not necessarily as simple and pure as the original cultivation methods, the stones of other mountains could be used to improve jade, and it just happened to give him enough reference. Chapter 1440. Young Chen himself was okay, he knew what he lacked. However, Gaou and Gong Sunling obviously did not have the same realm as him now. In his previous life, Gaou and Gong Sunling died in the mortal world. Such a situation would certainly not happen in this life, but even young Chen did not know their future heights. If he wanted to be with the two women for a lifetime, he must let them have the capital to settle down. Gaou had the water and fire dragon horn flying sword, the two flying sword, the Emperor's aura, and the original cultivation method. Basically, she was already firmly standing in the ranks of the masters. Not to mention that Gaou herself was a very good master of refining. In recent years, Gaou's reputation in refining has also spread out. In terms of refining, she almost had a reputation that was no less than that of young Chen in the alchemy world. The magic weapon she took out was a treasure that almost everyone fought for. There was no aura of the refiner, which was enough to make her stand at the peak of the refining world. Gong Sunling had the mountain river geographical map, the original cultivation method, and was also a formation master. After the mountain river geographical map absorbed the space of Langya well, the virtual and real alternated. This alone was enough to make Gong Sunling able to protect herself even in the face of a master who was a realm higher than her without worrying about any danger. This was not counting the hundreds of Darching stage masters in the Mountain River geographical map. It must be known that the masters in the Mountain River geographical map could also cultivate and improve, but they lived in another illusory world. This group of masters could even follow Gong Sunling to cross the tribulation and ascend. Hundreds of masters who were almost the same realm as Gong Sunling as helpers, Yang Chen couldn't think of anyone who could beat Gong Sunling in the same realm. The two women were now so excellent, but in the eyes of Yang Chen, there were still some fatal weaknesses, that was, their vision. Although they had seen a lot of good things with Yang Chen, they had focused on cultivation under the guidance of Yang Chen before, and some aspects were still lacking. To put it simply, what was the breadth of one's knowledge? Yang Chen could responsibly say that there was basically no good thing in the mortal world that the two women had not seen. What they lacked was a macroscopic understanding of the entire cultivation world. There were some things that couldn't be sensed before reaching the spiritual realm or immortal realm. This was how one's horizons were. Barring any mishaps, the two women would spend hundreds of years in the spirit realm to make up for what they lacked in the mortal world. But now that they had Yang Chen and the Taishanmen's ancient books, it could be said that they no longer needed to take detours. The ancient records of the Taishanmen were so comprehensive that Yang Chen couldn't find anything that wasn't included. These things and the ancient classics obtained by Yang Chen in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, and then combined with those obtained by the Zhao family manor, it can almost be said to have the most complete database in the mortal world. What Yang Chen had to do was to filter the information himself, and then pick out the useful things for the two women, so that they could dabble in all aspects. This was the simplest way to increase their insight and knowledge. Of course, the knowledge on paper was always shallow. If you want to know this matter, you have to do it. The real and thorough understanding still has to be done in practice in the future. But after all, it was better to have knowledge on paper than to explore in practice. Why did the disciples of the big sect have an advantage? It was because of this reason. Now that Yang Chen has more resources in his hands than all the sect, it is natural to let Gao Yu Gong Sunling have the same advantage in this respect. In fact, in addition to Gao Yu Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's other wives and concubines were not easy to deal with. Their cultivation aptitudes were all unique, and the cultivation methods they practiced were also the most outstanding cultivation methods of their respective sects. However, none of them could accurately predict how their future cultivation would be like. Although Yang Chen, who had the memory of his previous life, knew their future achievements, he also changed some things in this life because of his own reasons. Dao Junki ascended at least 300 years earlier than in his previous life. The defects of the Murong sisters' life source magic weapon have been completely made up by Yang Chen. Shi Wushuang also reached the Darching stage 100 years earlier than in his previous life. According to this trend, the tribulation and ascension could also be advanced by hundreds of years. Needless to say, Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School, in her previous life, she did not have great accomplishment in the spiritual world, but in this life, she had already reached great accomplishment when she was in the Yuanying stage, and it was an alternative great accomplishment. Her future achievements could not be estimated. The biggest changes were Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. With the supreme pure Yang Sword Qi and the original cultivation method left by Ancestor Lu, Shishanshan's cultivation direction has been corrected to the extreme. Coupled with the experience of the demon continent, it saved at least hundreds of years of adaptation in the spiritual world. In the future, her achievements would definitely be more than the Plum Fairy in her previous life. Sun Qingxue, on the other hand, did not have to abolish her cultivation base and start over again. She did not lose her original cultivation. With the body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine and the guidance of Elder Hua wanting, the reputation of Snow Dancing Fairy in the future would not be inferior to that of Shishanshan. They were all his own women. Although Yang Chen still had some closeness for the time being, he would definitely treat them equally as they lived together for a long time in the future. Now Yang Chen has not yet passed on the original cultivation method to the 7 concubines, but he has already planned to pass on their corresponding cultivation methods after arriving in the spiritual world. Now it was nothing more than not wanting their respective sect to take advantage of it. These large number of ancient books were useful to everyone. Especially after Yang Chen's careful selection, according to each person's characteristics, Yang Chen would pick out a batch of suitable ancient books for them to read. With Yang Chen's vision and insight, these things could at least make them spend hundreds of years less in the future to make up for it. Cultivating for a long time did not mean that there was no need to be afraid of wasting time in cultivation. Since he could take less detours, Yang Chen didn't mind saving some time for his women and the people around him. In the realm of the darching stage, in addition to concentrating on cultivation to improve the cultivation base, the rest was the tempering of the mind. He believed that after the Taishanmen incident, the mood of the women would not be bad. What they lacked was knowledge in all aspects and the opportunity to learn by analogy. Yang Chen has decided that after he selected suitable ancient books for the women would continue to read and gain knowledge for a long time. Speaking of which, the Taishanmen had already perished, and there were no enemies in the mortal world that Yang Chen needed to deal with. The next time was the process of Yang Chen's continuous accumulation of strength, and at the same time, he had to be ready to face the profound heaven sect. Yang Chen believed that at least for hundreds of years, if there was no accident, he would not have any opportunities worth making a move. However, before ascending, Yang Chen still had a lot of things to do. If you count it carefully, cultivation, alchemy, absorbing the fire seed, refining the entrance to the immortal executioner stage, and reading these ancient books, it seemed that each of them took a lot of time for Yang Chen. Chapter 1441. Fortunately, Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness cultivation base has reached the first grade of the Earth Immortal Realm, and the Three Purities secret art has been cultivated to the fourth layer. Multitasking was a piece of cake. Many things could be carried out at the same time and did not interfere with each other. At least the matter of absorbing fire seeds, Yang Chen has never stopped. When waiting to leave in the Langya well, when waiting for Yi Tian in the small shop, Yang Chen has been constantly absorbing fire seeds. Yang Chen has basically absorbed the 5th grade fire seeds, and now he is absorbing all the 6th grade fire seeds. There were a lot of 6th grade fire seeds on hand, each of which took Yang Chen almost 7 or 8 years to absorb and integrate into the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Even if Yang Chen was now a master of the darching stage, but at the level of the 6th grade fire seeds, every kind needed to be careful and no mistakes could be made. Otherwise, so many years of hard work would be ruined. That was, Yang Chen dared to absorb fire seeds anytime and anywhere when he was doing other things. Replaced by anyone, even if it was a master of the ascending level like Dao Junkie, they would not necessarily dare to be so arrogant. Refining the entrance to the immortal beheading stage was even more difficult. Yang Chen was not sure if he could complete this before he ascended. The magic weapon that the Grand Supreme Old Lord refined across the 3 realms was by no means something that Yang Chen, a mere darching stage master, could refine within a few hundred years. However, there was no absolute thing in the world. If Yang Chen had not obtained the merit and virtue, he would never have dared to hope that one day he would be able to refine the immortal beheading stage. But now it was different, with the merit and virtue that transcended the immeasurable. It seemed that refining the immortal beheading stage was not impossible. At least now he could refine the entrance first, and if he had the opportunity in the future, he could further refine it. This process would last at least hundreds of years, and Yang Chen was not in a hurry, he just refined it step by step. In any case, it wouldn't hinder him from doing other things even if he diverted part of his attention to focus on this matter. This was just a matter of painstaking work. He would refine it every day. Sorting out the ancient books was an even more arduous task. Fortunately, these ancient books were all recorded on jade slips. If one wanted to read the contents, he only needed to use his divine sense to probe, which was many times faster than the books themselves. With Yang Chen's current spiritual consciousness cultivation, it would not take long for him to explore and quickly read the contents of a piece of jade strip. He could even read several pieces of jade strips at the same time. For Yang Chen, the process of reading the jade slips was almost another form of cultivation. Yang Chen had to read through every jade slip carefully and ponder over its contents. Reading a few pieces at the same time, one after another, he had to review the content, he had to think about whether it was right or wrong. At the same time, he also had to compare it with some things in his memory, and he did not forget to copy a piece of jade strip in his hand. This series of things almost gave young Chen no time to rest his brain. Gaou and Gong Sunling had always been by young Chen's side. Whenever young Chen found a suitable ancient book for them, he would give it to them to read. The two women also stayed by their husband's side without any distractions, and followed their husband into this kind of secluded reading. In addition to cultivation, the three of them spent the rest of the time reading. Young Chen did not require the two women to remember these things, but after reading them, they would at least have an impression. Whether it was cultivation methods, pill recipes, refining techniques, or arrays, there were many things in common. Mastering one method would lead to mastering all methods. It was not just some people who said it out of boredom. The two women had never thought that just a simple reading could make them feel enlightened all of a sudden. Most of the time, they only read miscellaneous books or ancient books that had nothing to do with their cultivation or hobbies. However, some of the things in the books would always make them think of their specialization, as if it was another kind of hint. Many things that they could not understand or were puzzled about before seemed to have thought of other possibilities or uncovered the fog in front of them after this unique hint. This feeling of breaking the fog in their minds was really addictive and could not stop. Young Chen's family of three read like this in seclusion for 50 years. For young Chen, it was rare to have this kind of mood to read the hundreds of millions of jade slips of several sects without distractions. Even if he could not get any benefits from these jade slips, the process of reading alone was a rare training for young Chen. The pure young palace continued to develop, and in the past 50 years, nothing particularly big had happened. The other sects were also developing steadily, and there didn't seem to be any major disputes in the past few decades. No one was willing to be deprived of the spiritual power of the whole world again, so as long as one was a cultivator, he would stare at his surroundings to see if there were any remnants of Taishanmen. In the past 50 years, the remnants of Taishanmen that could be hunted down had almost been killed. Those that could not be found had also fled to the distant sea. It seemed that they would no longer cause too much impact. Basically, the Taishanmen's affairs had subsided. Soon, there were not only Gaou and Gong Sunling around young Chen. After returning to the sect and living for 50 years, young Chen's other wives and concubines also came to Chunyang Palace one after another and returned to young Chen's side. Young Chen had already prepared the classics that were suitable for their respective characteristics for the women. The number of people reading increased from 3 to 11. It could be said that young Chen's family was immersed in reading and did not care about other things at all. Later, the women did not doubt the origin of these classics. All the jade slips selected by young Chen were copied by young Chen. The parts related to Taishanmen were removed from the contents, and there was no trace of Taishanmen. There were also many ancient books handed down in the Zhao family manner. All the women thought that they were obtained from the Zhao family. Although there were many such ancient books in their respective sect, they usually did not pay careful attention to them. It was impossible for anyone in the sect to guide the women in this regard, and the ones carefully selected by young Chen were suitable for their respective characteristics. After reading, all the women gained a lot. From the time young Chen began to read the jade slips to the time he read all the jade slips, it took a full 100 years. In the past 100 years, young Chen did nothing else. Whether it was the Zhao family manor, the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, or the ancient books of Taishanmen, they were all read by young Chen. Young Chen's mind was almost filled with all kinds of ancient books. Even if young Chen was strong, it was impossible to remember all the ancient books. Hundreds of millions of ancient books, young Chen was able to read them all, which was already a great achievement. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles, it seemed that next, he should go out and take a walk. Chapter 1442. If there were benefits, young Chen would definitely not forget the sect. So many ancient books had been sorted out. If only young Chen's family read them, they would not be able to maximize the benefits. Therefore, it was necessary to hand them over to the sect. In the hundreds of years since the Taishanmen were exterminated, the world had been settled. The sect that had obtained the ancient books of the Taishanmen had begun to relax the management of those ancient books. Relaxing did not mean that anyone was allowed to read them, but a kind of exchange atmosphere had been formed between the sect. Anyway, these books did not belong to their own sect. Everyone got them from the Taishanmen. It was normal for them to make a copy and exchange it with others for something they needed. If ordinary cultivators wanted to read these ancient books and get cultivation methods, elixirs, and array diagrams, they had to exchange them with their respective sects' contribution points. The more advanced the ancient book, the greater the sect's contribution points needed, especially some advanced cultivation methods of the Taishanmen. No matter which sect it was in, it would require a jaw-dropping number of contribution points to exchange for it. However, it was relatively simple between the sect. Except for the super sect that had obtained the complete collection, the other sects, regardless of whether they were demons or monsters, had obtained part of it. If people wanted to see the whole picture, they needed to exchange between the sect. The super sect turned a blind eye to this kind of exchange between the ordinary sect. They had everything they got from the Taishanmen, so they would not take the initiative to stop this kind of exchange between the ordinary sect. They would even take the initiative to provide some advanced ancient books for the various sect to exchange in order to strengthen the relationship of interests between the sect. In the face of the Taishanmen, the more widely these ancient books were distributed, the more people saw them, and the more powerless the Shentian sect would be. They could not really be the enemy of all the cultivators, could they? After more than 100 years of exchange, except for the super sect that had really mastered a batch of core ancient books of the Taishanmen, almost everything that each sect wanted had been exchanged from the other sect. At this time, if Yang Chen took out a batch of classics to enrich the Sutra's depository of Chunyang Palace, it would not be so abrupt. Even so, when the head of the palace and the core elders saw Yang Chen take out this batch of classics that had been carefully selected by Yang Chen for more than 100 years, they still couldn't suppress their ecstasy, and several core executives almost jumped up and cheered. In terms of talent reserve, the Pure Yang Palace belonged to the rising stars, and it was far worse than those old big sects. Especially in terms of inheritance, it is even more pitiful. Even with the classics of the Zhao family manor and Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, there are still most of the classics that can only be placed there, but there is no way for ordinary disciples to benefit. There were too few real masters in Chunyang Palace, especially those who were knowledgeable, who were even rarer. The previous limitations of the sect also limited the vision of the core executives. Even if Chunyang Palace later flourished, the accumulation in this regard was still far from enough that even the masters who reviewed these classics could not come out. Who dared to let their own disciples try out the classics that had not been examined by the masters? That was extremely irresponsible for their own disciples. Even if they knew that the things obtained by the Zhao family manor and Taishanmen were unlikely to have major problems, they did not dare to take risks. After the elders who were responsible for sorting out the classics reviewed them one by one, they would be opened to ordinary disciples. As for the inheritance of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, except for Yang Chen, no one could recognize the ancient characters, let alone pass it down. It was a pity that Yang Chen had been busy with all kinds of things in the past and did not focus on this aspect. Based on this reason, now Yang Chen suddenly took out such a large number of classics that had been carefully reviewed by Yang Chen to enrich the sect's sutra depository. How could it not make the core executives, including the head of the palace, overjoyed? According to Yang Chen's introduction, this batch of classics almost covered all aspects of the cultivation world. It had been sorted out by Yang Chen, and even limited the scope of reading according to the level of cultivation. It could be said that as long as this batch of classics entered the sect's sutra depository, the direction of cultivation that the disciples of the sect could choose could directly expand 100 times. What was the comprehensive strength of the sect? In addition to the combat effectiveness of the disciples, this orderly inheritance was also one of the indispensable measuring conditions. The reason why Chunyang Palace could only be a first-class sect and could not become a super sect was that the inheritance was not long enough and the foundation was not deep enough. With this batch of classics, after a long time, it was only a matter of time before Chunyang Palace became a super sect. This was not the most surprising thing. The classics given by Yang Chen were divided into 3 parts. One part could be read by ordinary disciples. This was open to all disciples. As long as they had enough contribution points, they could view it. The second part was for the core disciples, that is, the most loyal disciples of Chunyang Palace. That was the real core secret, which included the most core inheritance of the Taishanmen and the Zhao family. Except for those super big sect, other sect could not get it. This batch of core classics directly allowed the core disciples of Chunyang Palace to enjoy the treatment of the Taishanmen core disciples. In addition, there was no shortage of other resources in Chunyang Palace. The rapid growth of the core disciples was already a sure thing. The most surprising thing was the third part, which was a batch of classics that Yang Chen had specially selected for the characteristics of the head of the palace and the core elders. It was the most suitable for their current realm. The high-level members of Chunyang Palace, because of their insufficient qualifications, could not improve their cultivation greatly. They were trapped in the Yuanying realm and could not make any progress. Yang Chen spent a lot of effort to use the merit body refining pill to improve the postnatal spirit root of the core high-level members to the limit, making it possible for them to enter the future. However, in the past, Chunyang Palace was, after all, a small sect. Its scope of influence was limited, and its vision was limited. Until now, it did not have the bearing of a big sect. That was not something that could be cultivated in one generation. At least 3 generations of masters could really have the bearing of a big sect. Yang Chen would not pull up the seedlings to help them grow, but he would not let it go. These classics could make up for the shortcomings of their previous vision, so that their state of mind could really grow to the realm of overlooking all living beings. For the rise of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen would definitely spare no effort. Which elder would not like to care about his juniors like this? The core high-level members of Chunyang Palace were self-aware and knew their own shortcomings. They would never be looked down upon by Yang Chen because of Yang Chen. Everyone knew where everything in front of them came from. Yang Chen's filial piety, everyone was happy to accept it. The origin of these things will not cause any trouble, right? Out of caution, Wang Yong looked at the mountains of classics and asked carefully. Then he was afraid that Yang Chen would think too much, so he added, "If it is troublesome, you don't have to tell us." Chapter 1443. It's not troublesome. Yang Chen smiled and replied calmly, "These things are actually from several different sources." Yang Chen began to introduce, and the head of the palace and several core elders immediately sat up straight and listened very carefully, for fear that they would miss something. This disciple has collected scattered from all over the place over the years, as well as from the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave. These are no problem at all. Yang Chen pointed out a part of it. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave has been translated by the disciple, and some of the suitable ones have been selected. The rest can only be used for reference, and it is somewhat outdated. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave did not know how many years it has been idle, especially the words recorded in the jade slip that no one knows. These things would naturally not be a problem. There was no need to worry about what Yang Chen collected himself. It was all exchanged by Yang Chen with various medicinal pills. It was justifiable. Even if the Taishanmen were not destroyed, they could not take Yang Chen's things to say. The batch obtained by the Zhao family manor may have some trouble in the future, but that is a matter after reaching the spiritual world and the immortal world. No one in the mortal world would dare to pursue it. Yang Chen continued. After listening to Yang Chen's words, everyone nodded. These things in the Zhao family manor were indeed a bit troublesome, but as Yang Chen said, it was a trouble in the future, and no one in the mortal world could pursue it. Moreover, these ancient books were purchased by the Dao, Demon, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Even if they reached the spiritual world, the Zhao family could not risk offending all the sect at the same time to pursue this matter. To put it bluntly, even the Taishanmen were involved in this matter. Did the Zhao family really dare to go against the profound heaven sect? Therefore, in this part, everyone did not have to think too much about it. As for the last one, there are some small troubles. Yang Chen continued to say calmly. When they heard Yang Chen say that there were some small troubles, everyone frowned. The small troubles in Yang Chen's mouth were not necessarily small troubles. Everything this disciple seemed to be involved in was not a small matter. In front of the elders, Yang Chen did not give face and laid down 3 restrictions in a row. Then he said, "This part is the core inheritance of the Taishanmen." When Yang Chen said this, everyone's face suddenly changed. The core inheritance of the Taishanmen had been taken away by Sect Master Li when he escaped. Even the major sect did not get it. How could it fall into the hands of Yang Chen? At this time, Palace Master Zhong Jiao and others really recalled that before the greatest heaven sect extermination incident, Yang Chen once said that the pure Yang Palace only needed to follow several major sects, not to force their way out, not to covet any benefits, not to show the true intention of not showing the mountain and not revealing the water. If the core inheritance of the Taishanmen had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen, it meant that Yang Chen had clearly expected the consequences of the extermination of the Taishanmen. How was this possible? No one was an immortal. Who could conclude in advance that the greatest heaven sect, this behemoth, would one day fall down and never get up again? To be able to intercept this batch of core inheritance meant that Yang Chen not only knew the whereabouts of Sect Master Li of the Taishanmen, but also had the upper hand in the fight. After the extermination of the Taishanmen, all the cultivators in the world searched for 100 years and did not find the whereabouts of Sect Master Li. What did this mean? After the analysis of the things before and after, it was easy to draw a frightening conclusion. The extermination of the Taishanmen must have a deep relationship with Yang Chen. Even from the meaning revealed by Yang Chen, it was at least a direct relationship. Such a big thing, how could it not frighten everyone present? So, the matter of the Taishanmen. The head of the palace only opened his mouth and did not ask about the following things. He just stared at Yang Chen's face, seemingly expecting a clear answer from Yang Chen, but also seemed a little afraid that he would give a clear answer. Yang Chen did not let everyone down. He nodded heavily in the expectation of everyone. There is some relationship. The Taishanmen want to exterminate my Chunyang palace. The disciple naturally can't let them live well. Hearing that Yang Chen said that there was some relationship, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other and saw the surprise and joy in each other's eyes. At that time, the arrangement of the Taishanmen against the Chunyang palace was seen through. At that time, everyone present wanted to fight with the Taishanmen to the death, but the strength of the two sides was too disparate. Everyone could only swallow their anger, and even later they had to accept the humiliation of Ming Guangruo. Now, Yang Chen just said a sentence, and it let everyone's depression from that year vent out. The extermination of the Taishanmen caused public anger. Everyone was happy, but there was no feeling of exultation from the bottom of their hearts. However, the answer given by Yang Chen to everyone made everyone have a kind of indescribable comfort. It turned out that the Taishanmen were exterminated because of the disciple of the Chunyang palace. It turned out that the feeling of completely avenging a great grievance was so carefree and made one's mind clear. Although no one laughed heartily, it seemed that in an instant, everyone felt as if the haze in front of their eyes had been swept away, and even their cultivation seemed to have increased a little. After the joy, everyone thought of other things, and the head of the palace immediately asked, "What about Sect Master Li and the others?" Even the Chunyang palace had a blue vault mountain immortal's cave, not to mention the Taishanmen. Sect Master Li fled with people, and the major sect couldn't find them. Now Yang Chen had the core inheritance of the Taishanmen in his hands. Where did the reserved disciples of the Taishanmen go? The things are in the hands of the disciples, and the people are naturally gone. Yang Chen did not hide it, and directly replied, "The disciples left for more than 7 years because of this." These things, Yang Chen told the head of the palace after careful consideration. Sometimes, people were like this. Only when they were burdened with some pressure would they have the motivation to move forward. Once there was no pressure, they would instead fall into a state of carefree laziness. This kind of situation was not good, and it was especially fatal for cultivation. The high-level officials of the Chunyang palace now had such a little clue. The Taishanmen were exterminated, and their own sect was on good terms with other major sects. There was the only 5th-grade alchemist disciple in the sect. It could almost be said that the whole world gave them face. There were materials, manpower, many disciples, and countless masters. The people of the Chunyang palace now seemed to have no pressure at all. It was not the same as when they had to guard against the Taishanmen all the time. Yang Chen must give everyone a little pressure in order to let the head of the palace maintain their previous fighting spirit. Otherwise, this kind of slack alone was enough to make Yang Chen's previous efforts go to waste. Yang Chen would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, letting the high-level officials know these things was also to let them always think that they still had to face the behemoth Shen sect and maintain a more vigorous fighting spirit. Chapter 1444. Their own disciple actually killed the sect master of the Taishanmen, and even the Taishanmen's escape route was completely cut off. This matter, even if it had been more than 100 years, still scared the head of the palace and broke into a cold sweat. Once this matter was known by the Shen sect, as long as one person from the Chunyang Palace ascended, they would die, and there would be no other possibility. How could such a big event not make the core members frightened? For the Taishanmen, the high-level members of the Chunyang Palace absolutely hated them, but even so, they did not suppress their fear of the Taishanmen. There was no other reason. Above the Taishanmen, there was a more terrifying Shen sect. Yang Chen's purpose was completely achieved. The expressions of the high-level members were absolutely cautious, and their minds began to focus on how to deal with the huge threat in the future. When there were only 8 Yuanying stage masters in the Chunyang Palace, they dared to stand against the Taishanmen and not yield. Now the Chunyang Palace was so powerful, and its strength was more than 10,000 times better than before. After a short period of worry, several of the core members immediately became high-spirited. This was the right way. To live in sorrow and to die in peace and contentment was not for mortals, it was more important for cultivators. Cultivation was not to be aloof from the world, but to fight with the sky, to fight with the earth, to fight with people, to fight with oneself. This was the right way. If it was really to be aloof from the world, then why bother to improve the realm? To improve the realm was to surpass oneself, it was to compete with oneself. Looking at the elders so cheered up, Yang Chen was happy in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Such a Chunyang Palace would have the opportunity to stabilize the super sect in the future, and be qualified to stand in the immortal world. The head of the palace did not ask how Yang Chen solved the Taishanmen sect Master Li. Everyone only knew that the core inheritance of the Taishanmen had fallen into the hands of the Chunyang Palace, which was enough. As for how these inheritances could be cultivated by the core disciples of Chunyang Palace, it was even simpler. The mysterious Heaven sect didn't know that the core inheritances were not passed on to outsiders. As long as a few Taishanmen's core techniques were leaked, it would be enough for the mysterious Heaven sect to not pursue this matter. Since there was a core legacy left behind, Yang Chen was not stingy. He contributed a lot of high-grade materials to the sect. What was given to the sect were all brought out by sect leader Li, and the Taishanmen's reserves had not been included. Even so, it was still a huge fortune that made one's hair stand on end. At this point, the sect did not take advantage of Yang Chen. The head of the palace and several elders directly refused. Since the item was obtained by Yang Chen, it belonged to Yang Chen. Yang Chen could make a move through Wanbao Tower at the right time. Now that Wanbao Tower was so large, it could easily digest an astronomical amount of stolen goods. Moreover, his own industry was more secretive and safe. As for the sect, when needed, it could be purchased from Wanbao Tower at the internal price of the sect at any time and anywhere. Anyway, everything had to be counted as spirit stones for Yang Chen. He would never take advantage of his own disciples on this. This was also a good way to deal with it. Anyway, after a long time, it was not a big deal for a large-scale business like Wanbao Tower to have a few kinds of high-grade goods. The current Chunyang Palace was not the same as before. What they had in their hands had to be interrogated by others. Whoever dared to do this, there was no need for Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace to do it. It was not known how many masters who wanted to have a relationship with Yang Chen would take the initiative to solve problems for Yang Chen. Palace Master, elders, has the sect ever considered occupying a large area elsewhere, building another stove, and building a Chunyang-side palace? After dealing with the property and putting pressure on the elders, Yang Chen began to discuss another matter. As soon as Yang Chen spoke, several high-level officials were immediately stunned. Wang Yong asked with some surprise, "Other places? The Taishanmen Mountain Gate, they are willing to give up a piece of land?" It was no wonder that the master ancestor asked this. It was really that in addition to annexing some small sect, where was there a suitable place to set up a sect? The so-called starting another stall, wasn't this the meaning? In recent hundreds of years, It seemed that only the Taishanmen mountain gate was vacant. It was a blessed place, but it was divided by the four major sect. Could it be that the four major sect took the initiative to show goodwill? It's not Taishanmen. Yang Chen shook his head directly. Now the Taishanmen mountain gate was a time bomb. Except for the four major sect, no other sect could afford it. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen did not have the idea of fighting Taishanmen. He referred to another place. If it's not Taishanmen, then where is it? The head of the palace was also confused and asked with a frown. I can't say it. Yang Chen replied with a wry smile. This was also the place that made him uncomfortable. He knew this place, but he couldn't say it. He could only see whether the elders of his sect had extreme trust in him. Several elders' eyes were wide open. The place that couldn't be said, Yang Chen even wanted to pull them to build a pure Yangside palace. If it weren't for Yang Chen's previous performance that had always been satisfactory, they would have to let Yang Chen talk about it this time. The place that Yang Chen was talking about was the Demon Continent. The core of the Demon Continent had been refined by Yang Chen hundreds of years ago, and there was no more overflow of demonic energy. According to Yang Chen's estimation, those beasts entrenched in the core of the Demon Continent would definitely go crazy without the rich demonic energy. There could only be one consequence of the beasts going crazy, that was, the entire Demon Continent would no longer have ordinary cultivators who dared to enter. The strongest Earth Immortal level beasts could definitely kill all the cultivators on the Demon Continent, unless they escaped quickly and quickly left the Demon Continent. Staying on the Demon Continent was definitely a dead end. However, that was the initial situation. As time went by, those beasts would not be nourished by the demonic energy, and their strength would slowly decline. The longer the time, the more their strength would decline. The same was true for the strength of the demonized beasts. If there were more cultivators who entered, as long as they were strong enough, they could definitely survive. The important point was that the demonic energy of the Demon Continent would slowly be absorbed by the demonized beasts. The demonic energy would become lighter and lighter, and eventually disappear without a trace. The Demon Continent without the demonic energy was definitely a treasure land for cultivation. There had been many big sects in the past. Now it was a blank virgin land, waiting for outsiders to reclaim it. With such a big bargain, how could Yang Chen not think about the sect? He had Chunyang Palace, and now he had a part of the Shiwen Mountain, Maiqing Mountain, and Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, but a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows, and it was not a bad thing to have one more back up. In any case, Yang Chen would let Chunyang Palace get enough benefits on the Demon Continent. Because of the Big Heart Demon Oath, Yang Chen couldn't tell outsiders about the Demon Continent. But now it was an excellent opportunity, and it was also the best time for Chunyang Palace to expand. If he didn't seize the opportunity, he would have no place to cry in the future. Chapter 1445. Yang Chen said very seriously, and the head of the palace was also very serious about it. This disciple of his family had never done anything unreliable. Since he said that there was an opportunity to build a pure Yang palace, then there must be. Even if he couldn't say where it was, this opportunity must be real. The high-level officials had absolute trust in Yang Chen. After exchanging a few glances with the head of the palace and several core elders, everyone nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Chen, if you want to build this pure Yang palace, how many people, how many resources, and how long will it take? The head of the palace was very formal and asked specific questions. The manpower needs to be strong in the early stage, at least 10 masters of the Darching stage, and at least 2 elders must come forward. Yang Chen had already made a decision in his heart and immediately said his considerations: there will be hundreds of Yuanying stage ancestors and thousands of Jedan stage masters. After the foothold is established, we can transfer the younger disciples and mortals on a large scale. Do you still want to transfer mortals? Elder Zheng Feng keenly caught the words in Yang Chen's mouth and asked in time. There are no mortals there, everything is started from scratch. However, the land is vast and it is also suitable for mortals to live. As long as the mortals in the past live for a few generations, the population can multiply and it can also bring us a large number of disciples. Yang Chen immediately explained seriously, and at the same time did not forget to explain the benefits. If it is properly arranged, those mortals will be directly under the control of the pure young palace. There is no need to worry about other sect competing. If possible, it is not impossible to build a few mortal countries over there. Hiss. Everyone heard a burst of cold air. They could build a country over there, which was definitely more promising than being trapped here in Maiqing Mountain. It must be known that now the Chunyang Palace was recruiting disciples, or the former slaves secretly returned to the mortal world to look for them, for fear of being known by other sect. If there was a mortal country under their own control, all the people in the country would be attached to the name of the Pure Yang Palace, which would be hundreds of times stronger than it is now. If it was such an environment, not to mention just building a courtyard, the head of the palace would want to move the entire Chunyang Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that the 8 characters of the Maiqing Mountain Chunyang Palace was the site handed down by the ancestors and could not be given up, the head of the palace wanted to personally lead the team to build the Chunyang Palace. My initial estimate is that it will take about 200 years to establish a firm foothold. After 200 years, we can transfer mortals and low-level disciples on a large scale. Yang Chen made a rough estimate and gave such a time frame. The demon continent was such a large territory. It would take at least 100 years to clean up the demonized monster beasts, to clean up the demonic qi, and to create an environment suitable for mortals to survive. Leaving more room for maneuver could also make Chunyang Palace more fully prepared. You choose the manpower yourself. Yang Chen, you are fully responsible for all the matters of the construction of the courtyard. Whether Chunyang Palace can take the opportunity to grow or not depends on you this time. The head of the palace was also a decisive figure. After so many years, he also understood how great an opportunity this was for the development of Chunyang Palace. He did not hesitate and directly gave orders. This disciple accepts the order. The head of the palace was so solemn that Yang Chen also solemnly bowed to accept the order. Yang Chen, this old man will go with you this time to broaden my horizons. As soon as the head of the palace was finished, the ancestor Wang Yong took the initiative to jump out and wanted to go with Yang Chen. Yang Chen said that 2 elders were needed. As the ancestor of Yang Chen, he had a strong cultivation base and was a master of the Daching stage. His combat power was strong and he was definitely the most suitable one. Listening to you, it seems that there are also hardships ahead. Count this old man in. Hall Master Meng of the Law Enforcement Hall also jumped out and volunteered. This old man is also a little curious. I want to go and see it, and I will also go with you. Gong Xuanling's ancestor Elder Gao Xiang also said. At once, there were 3 core elders who volunteered to go, and they were all masters of the Daching stage. Such a lineup made the head of the palace feel relieved and nodded directly. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse. This time, it was not to enjoy, but to open up, and there would be no shortage of battles. Whether it was the ancestor Wang Yong or Hall Master Meng or Elder Gao, their status was enough and their combat power was outstanding. It was appropriate to sit in the Chunyang Palace. Palace Master, Elders, that place is relatively large. It is estimated that my Chunyang Palace sect can't eat it. When the 3 elders made a decision, Yang Chen said his other idea: it is taboo to eat alone. Maybe we should pull a few big sects together. The territory of the demon continent was larger than the current Dao sects and demon sects. It was absolutely wishful thinking for Chunyang Palace to want to eat it. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to draw some interest partners, and everyone would divide the demon continent together. With these interest partners, even if Chunyang Palace had to face a strong enemy, looking at this strong interest bond, Chunyang Palace would also have a strong support. It is not fat to eat alone, this is the truth. The head of the palace nodded directly when he heard the words, and several elders also had the same attitude. Why did the Taishanmen become the public enemy of the world? Wasn't it because their own sect wanted to occupy the spiritual power of the world and eat alone, which provoked public anger? The Taishanmen had only been a lesson for 100 years. In any case, Chunyang Palace would not make the same mistake again. The 4 major sect of Dao sects, Demon sect and Monster race each bring 2 sects, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance also pull 2, it should be almost enough. Yang Chen cautiously said his own suggestion, and then waited for the head of the palace to make a decision. The four major sect of Tao sects is fine, but why do you want to pull in the demon sect and monster race? Elder Gang Hong asked doubtfully. I am from Chunyang Palace Tao sects. With this arrangement, will I be accused of colluding with the demon sect? Elder, it is still the same sentence, it is not fat to eat alone. Yang Chen sighed and replied, my Tao sects are not covering the sky with one hand. Everyone suddenly realized that the Chunyang Palace eating alone was eating alone. Similarly, the Tao sect's eating alone was also eating alone. This was the level of vision. Although the elders had become masters of the darching stage, their vision of the overall situation was still not enough. If it weren't for Yang Chen's reminder, Chunyang Palace would have offended people for no reason. Since this matter is fully handled by you, you don't have to discuss it with us. You can arrange it yourself. The head of the palace also understood a lot of things in an instant. He smiled and said to Yang Chen, the few of us are still sitting here honestly, reading and cultivating, waiting for your good news. I will follow the teachings of the head of the sect, this disciple will do his best. Yang Chen said no more and directly bowed to leave. Chapter 1446. After coming to Yang Chen's side, Yang Chen's wives and concubines began to study in seclusion. In the beginning, the women were not very interested. Everyone's cultivation methods were different, and each direction of cultivation was different. What was the use of reading so many classics? Among the classics selected by Yang Chen for each of them, except for about 40% of the classics that were related to their own cultivation or interests, the rest were public classics that everyone had to read. Almost all of them were knowledge in various aspects. Astronomy, geography, medicine, astrology, poetry, songs, essays, and stories were almost everything. Not only that, but even some basic alchemy, refining, formation, yin and yang 5 elements, magic weapons and martial arts were all included. All the classics, Yang Chen asked them to read them all. Just reading them once was not enough. Yang Chen even asked the women to thoroughly understand these public parts of the classics, to understand and memorize them. Although this was not a difficult thing for the women who had reached the darching stage, the women were still somewhat resistant at first. What was the use of reading these? As long as they read the things that were related to themselves, wouldn't it be contrary to their deep and pure cultivation to know so many irrelevant things? However, the women did not dare to disobey the instructions of their husband, especially the kind of monstrous performance that Yang Chen showed in the process of contact with the women, which could be said to be a flawless plan, also made the women put down the resistance in their hearts. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they still insisted on completing their husband's instructions. These things were boring at first, they were all basic things. The women did not particularly like them and they always couldn't read them. It was strange to say that after reading it for a period of time, the women were stunned to find that some things seemed to be very helpful to themselves. There were some things that he couldn't understand in the past that he couldn't comprehend, but after reading these contents, he actually had some new perspectives. Although they didn't dare to say that it was a revolutionary inspiration for themselves, it always gave them another direction to think about, and also gave them some more perspectives to consider problems. Just the content in the public part, with the qualifications of the women, they had read it for 30 years. Of course, except for Gaou and Gong Sunling. They have the experience of reading for the first 50 years, and they are more happy to be immersed in it. When they picked up the ancient books that suited their own preferences and cultivation directions, the girls discovered that some of the things that they originally needed to spend a long time in seclusion to comprehend now seemed so simple. Although he still needed time to understand those profound things, he could always find an entry point to solve the problem from various aspects. To put it simply, he had unknowingly achieved an improvement in his state of mind. It couldn't be counted as personal experience, nor could it be counted as an experience in the mortal world. But just by talking on paper, it gave them a lot of experience. The girls had never thought that just reading books would allow them to improve their realms to such an extent. How was this studying? This was clearly closed-door cultivation. After understanding this, the girls became more and more immersed in it. They studied the classics that Yang Chen had carefully selected for them almost word by word, for fear of missing something. From the previous Yang Chen used the majesty of his husband to force them to read, to the present active research, the attitude alone was earth-shaking change. In fact, the reason was very simple. To use a more modern description, scholars in all walks of life would definitely become more and more specialized in their own areas of expertise. However, those basic subjects must be mastered by people no matter what research direction. Otherwise, the more in-depth the research, the more difficult it would be. The public classics that Yang Chen let the girls read were equivalent to those basic subjects and tool subjects. If they wanted to cultivate, they had to specialize in their own direction. These things were indispensable in the future. The strongest cultivation realm in the mortal world was the Mahayana stage. Even if there were a few special masters of the supreme level, they were only at the human immortal level. But this human immortal was not the same human immortal. The human immortal who ascended to the spiritual world after crossing the tribulation was fundamentally different from the human immortal masters who stayed in the mortal world to forcibly improve their cultivation. Not to mention the spiritual pressure of the cultivation environment, there was a world of difference in the vision of the realm. In the spiritual world, there were masters at the level of earth immortal and heaven immortal as reference. Even if it was cultivation, there would be a higher direction, but in the mortal world, one could only rely on their own assumptions to cultivate. After arriving in the spiritual world, after referring to the experience of the predecessors, one would naturally find the shortcomings in these basic aspects, and then patiently learn to supplement, so that one's vision and knowledge would go to a higher level, and the future cultivation would become easier and easier. In the end, the cultivators of the mortal world were just frogs at the bottom of a well. They thought that fire masters only needed to be proficient in fire, and water masters only needed to be proficient in water. At most, in order to deal with enemies of different attributes, they just needed to understand the characteristics of other attributes. This was like a primary school student thinking that physicists only needed to understand physics, and chemists only needed to understand chemistry. As for mathematics and language, they could completely ignore it. Not to mention that they were very partial to other subjects, they didn't need to understand other subjects. Little did they know that a real scientist would master all the basic subjects, and then use the knowledge of these basic subjects to serve their own research. Others did not have the experience of Yang Chen as a great principal golden immortal. Even if they understood this truth, they could not find the most suitable book to study from the vast number of ancient books. Yang Chen was different. With the memory of his previous life, for the cultivation of the mortal masters, Yang Chen could give comprehensive guidance without pressure. Of course, it was only limited to the close people around Yang Chen who had such treatment. In addition to his own wives and concubines, that is, the high-level members of Chunyang Palace had guidance in this regard. If others wanted Yang Chen's golden mouth to give guidance, they didn't even need to think about it. In a short period of 50 years of reading, the women did not even deliberately step up their cultivation, but it was also in line with the subtlety of the natural law, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in these 50 years. Gao Yu Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, Sun Qingshua's 4 wives, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters' 6 concubines, all broke through the bottleneck of the early darching stage in these 50 years and entered the middle darching stage. All the women were like this, and Yang Chen himself did not fall behind. Hundreds of millions of ancient books were read one by one, as if countless masters gave Yang Chen a comprehensive lesson. Before meeting the head of the palace, Yang Chen had already steadily stepped into the middle darching stage. In the past 100 years, Yang Chen has absorbed and merged 12 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds. The fire attribute spirit power was unique and completely overwhelmed other spirit powers. Now looking at Yang Chen, he was a pure fire attribute master, not like before, it was unpredictable. Chapter 1447. This was also intentional by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's goal was to be fully prepared to absorb the 7th-grade fire seed. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire has now reached the most critical moment. Every step it takes and every kind of fire seed it absorbs can affect the success or failure of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Returning from the Chunyang Palace Conference Hall, Yang Chen called all the women to his side. The women were still immersed in reading and they were called over by Yang Chen and they were a little reluctant. However, Yang Chen just used one sentence to let them completely shift their attention to Yang Chen. If I give your respective sect a chance to expand at least twice your territory, would your sect want it? Yang Chen said it lightly, but the content was like a thunder that exploded in the minds of the women. Except for Gaou and Gong Sunling, all the other women had a shocked expression. What was the concept of expanding the territory by 2 times? It must be known that Yang Chen's wives and concubines, except for Gaou and Gong Sunling, were all genius disciples of the Four sect. The Four sect did not know that it took tens of thousands of years or even longer to reach their current scale and status. Yang Chen's light words, could it be compared with the hard work of so many predecessors for so many years? The eyes of the women were all focused on Yang Chen. So many beautiful eyes, the same gaze staring at Yang Chen, made Yang Chen very satisfied. You followed me and left the sect for a long time. Although you will return to the sect every once in a while, the contribution to the sect is obviously not enough. Yang Chen did not explain directly. Instead, he used these words as an opening. Hubby, I now know of an opportunity for you to make a great contribution to the sect. It all depends on whether you are willing to believe me and whether your respective sects are willing to believe me. Husband, what kind of opportunity is it? Shi Wushuang asked anxiously before the other women could. I can't say. Yang Chen shook his head, but immediately added, but I can guarantee that twice the territory is the lowest possible benefit. Husband, we believe you. However, isn't it a little too childish to report this to the sect without any proof? Shi Wushuang frowned and asked. At the end of the day, Yang Chen didn't leak any extra information, which made it hard to explain to the sect. You just have to say that I, your husband, said it. You don't have to say anything else. Yang Chen smiled and explained, my husband can't say it, naturally there is a reason why he can't say it. You take the words back, if you are willing, then you have to start preparing. Husband, what kind of preparations do we need? Murong Han knew that this was an important matter. After being with Yang Chen for such a long time, she knew that Yang Chen wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since Yang Chen said that there was such an opportunity, there must be such an opportunity. In this aspect, the Murong sisters trusted Yang Chen more directly. Experts. Yang Chen replied without hesitation, the more, the better. The more experts we have, the bigger the territory we will occupy. Husband, if we bring enough experts with us, will we start fighting for territory? Shishanshan was more cautious. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she also asked. The territory is very big. Even if you bring the whole sect, you can't occupy it all. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Yang Chen only said that he wanted to bring experts, but he did not say the idea of transferring the junior disciples and the ordinary people. Presumably, everyone would have thought of bringing a junior disciple over, but probably no one would have thought of bringing a mortal over. After all, except for Yang Chen, no one knew what the specific situation was. By the time the major sect reacted, Chunyang Palace had been operating and preparing for decades. It was normal for them to maintain a temporary advantage. Chunyang Palace couldn't compete with the major sect in terms of comprehensive strength at this stage. It could only take some advantages in such a small place. The major sect would not have any discord for Yang Chen's sake. It would also lay the groundwork for the future development and growth of Chunyang Palace. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the women began to have waves in their hearts. Yang Chen would not lie about such a big thing. If he said that there was this opportunity, then there must be this opportunity. Moreover, Yang Chen also made it clear that he would give them a great contribution to the sect. If they didn't have such a relationship with Yang Chen, it was estimated that they would not know about this matter. After thinking about this, the women began to get excited. If they really found what Yang Chen said, it would definitely be a super great contribution for them. The sect had not expanded its territory for many years. The most recent time was when the four sects divided the mountain gate of Taishanmen. However, when Yang Chen made a move, he expanded the current territory twice. If the sect master knew about it, it would definitely cause a frenzy. The territory was big enough that even the entire sect could move there. This also meant that the major sect did not have to fight for territory. Where else could they find such a good thing? The women now wished they could return to the sect immediately and report the good news to their sect master. After asking Yang Chen about all the news that they could learn for the time being, the women began to quickly return to the sect and report to their respective sect masters. Of course, the specific matters had to be discussed by their respective sect masters at Chunyang Palace. Gaou and Gong Sunling didn't have to be so troublesome, as long as they followed Yang Chen. Anyway, they knew that wherever Yang Chen went, they would go. For the two women, Yang Chen did not hide anything and told them directly that the goal was the demon continent. From Yang Chen's previous performance that he couldn't say it, the two women vaguely guessed that it was related to the demon continent. Now that they got a specific answer, the two women were also a little stunned. The two women didn't know about refining the core of the demon continent, let alone that the demon continent had undergone earth-shaking changes, but out of trust in Yang Chen, they didn't question it. Next, Yang Chen informed Lady Fanghua through a special channel. The two sect of the demon sect were naturally Yin-Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School, the two sect related to Yang Chen. As for the Monster Clan and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they selected the two largest sects and invited their sect masters to come to Chunyang Palace for discussion. On the appointed day, the four major sects of the Dao sects, the Demon Sect, the Monster Clan, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance invited by Yang Chen all arrived. Apart from the four major sects related to Yang Chen and Yin-Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School, the sect masters of the Monster Clan and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance did not have any doubts at all, giving enough face to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. It was related to the future development plan of these sects. Even if the sect masters held an attitude that they would rather believe it, they had to come in person to understand what kind of opportunity it was. Chapter 1448. The 10 sect masters gave Yang Chen enough face this time. Not only did they come in person, but they also came in accordance with Yang Chen's request. They came in private and secretly. Even some of the elders of their sect did not know about it. Chunyang Palace also put on a grand scene. Of course, the grandeur was only relative to those who knew about it. Moreover, it was only after they arrived at the mountain gate that they were well received. People outside did not know that Chunyang Palace had received such 10 VIPs. Even inside Chunyang Palace, except for Yang Chen's family and several core executives, no one knew that the 10 sect masters had come to Chunyang Palace. The disciples in charge of reception only knew that the palace master had asked them to receive them carefully, but he did not let them know the identity of the guests. The sect masters of Taoism, Demon Sect, and Demon Sect stood face to face. This was a major event that could not be achieved even when the Taishanmen were annihilated. At that time, the sect masters of each sect were in charge of the sect. Now, because of Yang Chen, everyone gathered in the small Chunyang Palace. If people knew about it, they would definitely be shocked. Without the Taishanmen, coupled with the tacit understanding of each sect during the annihilation of the Taishanmen, these sect masters did not fight together. In the past, this was something that was unimaginable. Taoism and Demon Sect could not coexist. When did the sect master of Yin-Yang Demon School and the sect master of Blue Cloud Sect meet so peacefully? However, it was done in Chunyang Palace. Not only that, when they met each other, everyone had a warm smile on their faces. They cupped their hands and bowed to each other. It was a harmonious and great scene. Thanks to Master Yang, this is the first time I've met Sect Master Yi. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't expect that we would meet one day. My apologies for not recognizing you. If one did not know the identity of these sect masters, others would definitely think that they were old friends meeting when they saw such a scene. Who would know that these were the heads of several big forces that were at odds with each other? It was impossible for Yang Chen not to reveal any inside information in front of so many sect masters of the great sect. These sect masters were not like the higher-ups of Chunyang Palace who trusted Yang Chen. If he wanted them to believe him, he had to show them something. However, Yang Chen's performance made the head of the palace feel strange. Even in front of so many sect masters, Yang Chen's statement was still the same as when he was in front of them. He couldn't say it. It's true that we're expanding our territory, but I can't say where exactly. Facing the 10 sect leaders, Yang Chen did not seem to feel any pressure at all. Instead, he acted as though he was a junior and spoke to the sect leaders calmly. In this regard, the head of the palace was puzzled. Did Yang Chen not want to do this? Why did he still have such an attitude in front of these sect leaders? The head of the palace did not understand, but the 10 sect masters did not blame Yang Chen, they just frowned one by one. It had to be said that this was the difference between a big sect and a small sect. For the people of a small sect, it was already good to have a few people go to the demon continent to gain experience. Naturally, when they came back, they would abide by the heart demon oath and would not reveal the situation of the demon continent. On the other hand, the big sect always had a way to sacrifice a few pawns, and they could get most of the information that was not detailed but had a concept. Yang Chen said that he couldn't say it, but the sect masters of these big sect who came already knew where Yang Chen was referring to. Which sect master was not a smart person, with a few hints, they understood the target. However, was the environment of the demon continent really suitable for sending people to take risks? On this point, everyone expressed their doubts. It couldn't be helped, they were not the head of the palace and the core high level. For Yang Chen, they had more respect and thought of winning him over, but they did not have much trust. If it weren't for Yang Chen's reputation as a 5th-grade alchemist master, these sect masters would not come at all. Of course, it was also related to Yang Chen's wives and concubines. They were all important figures in the sect, and they had to consider their thoughts. Even if Yang Chen invited them to come over just to talk nonsense, at most, it would be a wasted trip, but they could gain the hearts of their disciples, so it was not a loss at all. Yang Chen just said a sentence, and it made the sect masters fall into silence. No one spoke for a long time, and they were all speculating in their hearts about the intention of Yang Chen to say this and the possibility of this operation. For the expansion of the territory of their own sect, none of the sect masters present was unwilling. If it was done, this was not just a matter of benefits, but also a huge gain in reputation and prestige. But if they had to pay a huge price for this, it would be another matter. There must be sacrifices in the expansion of territory. There was no doubt about this. No one was the kind of idealist who thought that a person could get a large piece of territory without dying, and no one thought that they could grasp this benefit in their hands without paying a little price. What everyone was worried about was nothing more than the comparison between the cost and the benefit. The demon continent was not an ordinary place. Not only were there demonized monster beasts, but there were also raging demonic chi. This made it so that except for the masters who needed life and death experiences to increase their cultivation, other cultivators were not willing to go there to cultivate. It was too fierce and inconsistent with the purpose of cultivation. However, if the demon continent could really be occupied, it would definitely be a huge breakthrough for the respective sect. It was so much so that even if these people met the leaders of their sects after they ascended, they could still stand up straight and proudly tell them that they had brought glory to their sects. Everything depended on whether Yang Chen's words were trustworthy or not. However, everyone knew that due to the Great Heart Demon Oath, Yang Chen would certainly not say a word about the internal situation of the demon continent. Now that he could inform them together, it had already shown his attitude. What was needed now was their decision as the sect master. Whether to be a pioneer and leave a lasting legacy or a mediocre defender, it depended on their trust in Yang Chen. In this regard, the sect masters of the 4 major Dao sects had a small advantage. Their disciples were the people around Yang Chen, and Yang Chen would not harm them. Although the demon sect Yin Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School both had some connections with Yang Chen, it was impossible for Lady Fanghua to let the sect master know her close relationship with Yang Chen, and Yi Zhenxiong would not confide in Yang Chen just because of Yi Yu. The demon sect was suspicious, it was not just a saying. As for the people of the monster race and the rogue cultivator alliance, their relationship with Yang Chen was at most that they had bought Yang Chen's medicinal pills and had contact with the ancient books of the Zhao family manor, and there were no other deeper relationships. A stranger gave a big gift for no reason. Who dared to risk the future of the sect? The 4 major Dao sects were all here. Who knew if this was a means for one Dao sect to attack the other? There was no reason to be courteous, it was a thief. Chapter 1449. However, the demon continent was really tempting. If they really took it, or if they could get a piece of the pie, it would definitely be a big profit. Seniors, it was originally just a matter of my Chunyang Palace. Of course, Yang Chen knew what they were worried about. After everyone was silent for a while and thought about the pros and cons, he took the opportunity to say, however, my Chunyang Palace is weak in manpower. I'm afraid I can't eat such a large territory. Moreover, it's not fat to eat alone, so I want to cooperate with all the seniors. Of course, if my Dao sect's 5 sects come forward, it's not impossible. After a pause, Yang Chen continued to explain, it's still the same sentence, it's not fat to eat alone, so I specially invited all of you together. As for whether it's okay or not, it's just a matter of the seniors' words. There must be some risks. If the seniors are not willing, this junior will never force it. Yang Chen's face was always smiling, and the speed of his speech was not fast or slow, very calm. However, if you regret it afterwards, you can't blame this junior for not telling you in advance. Inviting so many sect, naturally, some things must be made clear. Otherwise, if people misunderstood, it would not be a good thing for Chunyang Palace. Fortunately, this kind of thing could be explained in a few words. Yang Chen's meaning was very clear. Originally, my Chunyang Palace was a matter of one family. I don't think it's good to eat alone, so I take you to play. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but you can't look for trouble in the future. That was the meaning. They were all smart people. How could the 10 sect masters not understand that this was Yang Chen's provocation? However, it was a matter of great importance. Yang Chen's words alone could not make the 10 sect masters put the sect on him. At this time, it depended on everyone's decisiveness. Speaking of it, several sect masters were very dissatisfied with Yang Chen's intention of expressing his position immediately. Such a big thing, just by Yang Chen's words. Did Yang Chen have such great prestige? Everyone was still hesitating, but the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island unexpectedly asked, "You're going too? The Pure Yang Palace is also going?" "Of course, I will go. Chunyang Palace will select a group of people to build the Chunyang Courtyard." Yang Chen immediately replied with a smile. When Yang Chen invited these sect masters over, he didn't let them explain clearly what the matter was. Even his wives and concubines had repeatedly instructed them to invite the sect master over to discuss some matters, but did not specify the specifics. Now that Yang Chen said that he and Yang Chen would go to Chunyang Palace, the 10 sect masters immediately changed their minds. He wanted to go to Chunyang Palace, but not all of it. He just wanted to build a Chunyang villa, which meant that the foundation of Maiqing Mountain was still there. For the major sect, this was a huge mortgage and countless hostages. It also meant that Chunyang Palace did not intend to trick them in this matter. The anger of the top 10 sect, even the Taishanmen did not dare to say that they could bear it, let alone the small Chunyang Palace. Even if the strength of Chunyang Palace had skyrocketed over the years, there was still an essential gap with these super sect. It was much easier to destroy the whole Chunyang Palace than to destroy the Taishanmen. There was no need for the whole world to unite, or even the top 10 sect to unite, a super sect was enough. Since Chunyang Palace did not intend to trick people, it meant that this matter was probably true. Thinking of this, the several sect masters had begun to be tempted, but this matter was of great importance, and they needed some more accurate confirmation. The problem was that Yang Chen would not answer their questions at all because of the big heart demon oath. How could they verify this? How to solve this problem? At the critical moment, the sect master of Yin Yang Demon School stood up, reached out, took out a black ball, and put it on the table. As soon as this ball was taken out, it released a very disturbing aura. The palace master had never come into contact with this, and he didn't even know what this was. The other sect masters were clear at a glance. When they saw the ball, they understood that this was the devilish bead. Since Yang Chen returned from the demon continent with the 4 women, the strength of the 4 women had skyrocketed, which aroused the interest of many people. Because of the sale of the 100-year pill, the sect masters knew the existence of the devilish bead. When they saw the real thing, they immediately recognized it. In the end, what everyone was afraid of was the raging demonic energy. Even if Yang Chen had a way to remove the demonic energy, he was only one person. How could he remove the demonic energy of the entire demon continent? If the demonic energy was not removed, anything like occupying territory was just a fantasy. At this point, Yang Chen was already prepared and threw out an array flag. The array flag was naturally refined a long time ago. Among the array flags, Yang Chen put a huge devilish bead from the demonized vine. This kind of devilish bead was born with the ability to gather demonic energy. After Yang Chen used the array to strengthen it, the power of absorbing demonic energy became stronger. Under the eyes of all the sect masters, everyone watched as the array flag absorbed the black aura from the demonic bead, which was a distance away, into the array flag. After a while, the array flag had no change, but the devilish bead had turned pure gold. Facts were far better than eloquence. What they saw with their own eyes was better than what Yang Chen said thousands of words. Everyone stared at the devilish bead and did not speak for a long time. This array, how large can it affect? The sect master of Yin-Yang Demon School picked up the devilish bead and stared at it for a long time. Then he handed it to the Wuji Demon School sect master Yi Zhenxiong beside him. After Yi Zhenxiong looked at it, he was not stingy and sent it to the hands of the sect masters one by one. While everyone was examining the devilish bead, the sect master of Yin-Yang Demon School had already asked Yang Chen another question. Some of the key materials of this array are only in the hands of this younger generation junior. Yang Chen said with a confident smile on his face, it can affect the entire range. Being able to affect the entire range meant that it could absorb all the demonic energy on the demon continent. As for how Yang Chen did it, the sect masters present didn't care. They only knew that Yang Chen had the ability to do it. With such means, it was no wonder that Chunyang Palace wanted to build a Chunyang courtyard. This was an array, not Yang Chen's own unique ability. With just this, all the sect masters made up their minds. If we want to go, what conditions do we need? Sect Master Lu of Blue Cloud Sect asked immediately. Although Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace said that it was not fat to eat alone, and Chunyang Palace could not eat the demon continent, it was not necessary to give benefits to everyone for no reason. Judging from the consistent style of Yang Chen's behavior in the past, if there were no benefits, Yang Chen would definitely not do it. There would always be certain conditions. 3 conditions. Yang Chen was not polite at all, and directly extended 3 fingers to the 10 sect masters. Chapter 1450. 3 conditions. All the sect masters' eyes were focused on Yang Chen. I am afraid that these 3 conditions are the real benefits that Chunyang Palace wants. For the sake of the huge territory of the demon continent, let's listen to Yang Chen's conditions first. First, this trip is led by this junior in the early stage. Yang Chen was an expert at bargaining, and he said immediately, when we get to the place, before the formation is arranged, everyone must listen to this junior's order. The current situation of the demon continent was caused by Yang Chen, and Yang Chen naturally knew how to get the greatest benefits. The first requirement was this. At least before the formation to absorb the demonic energy was arranged, Yang Chen must have the right to make decisions. Several sect masters were taken aback when they heard this, but then they were relieved. Without that formation, no matter how many masters went, it would be useless. But would Yang Chen use the masters of their sect to hold back the demonic beasts in order to achieve the purpose of consuming their effective strength? This junior only wants the road to be peaceful, and before the arrangement, once someone acts rashly, the consequences will be worrying. Yang Chen immediately explained, this junior only needs them to go to their respective directions according to this junior's instructions. There is no need to fight, but when to start, it is up to this junior to decide. There was no need to do anything, so there was no need to worry about it before. After thinking about it, several sect masters felt that at most, Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace would snatch the first piece of soup, which was not a big deal. Moreover, if Yang Chen did not arrange the formation, everyone would not be able to do anything if they went in. Yes. Someone agreed immediately. If one person agreed, more people agreed. The conditions were not harsh, so soon the 10 sect masters all nodded and agreed. Second, Chunyang Palace, choose the territory first. Yang Chen raised 2 fingers unceremoniously, 100,000 miles around, the south is near the sea. The south of the demon continent happened to be the most suitable climate and the most fertile land. Yang Chen had long been optimistic about it. Before they set off, they had to settle the interests of the Chunyang Palace first, so as to avoid any disputes in the future. Yes. Needless to say, this question was immediately approved by everyone. The 10 suzerains knew very well that the best territory would definitely be chosen by Chunyang Palace first. Otherwise, why would Chunyang Palace make such a big fuss? Moreover, with the huge area of the Demon Continent, a radius of 100,000 miles was not big, not even 1/20th. In this respect, the appetite of Chunyang Palace was not big. If he still didn't agree, then it wouldn't be reasonable. Third, in the future, no matter how many sects go there, if there is any territorial dispute with my Chunyang Palace, the sect of the predecessors must stand on the side of my Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen struck while the iron was hot and immediately said the third thing. Speaking of which, the third matter was also logical. This time, Yang Chen only brought 10 sect, and there were more than 20 super big sects of the Dao, Demon, and Rogue Cultivators Alliance. This matter would definitely not be kept secret for a long time, at most a few hundred years, and there would definitely be other sects that would discover it. There were only so many territories, and now they were occupied by 10 sect and Chunyang Palace. Other sect would definitely be jealous. The 10 major sects, those sects would not necessarily dare to provoke them, and Chunyang Palace naturally became the softest persimmon. Yang Chen said this to avoid trouble in the future. At that time, all the major sects of the Demon Continent would stand on the side of Chunyang Palace. If those people wanted to touch Chunyang Palace, they would have to think about it. The 3 conditions put forward by Yang Chen could almost all be said to revolve around the interests of Chunyang Palace. Putting it this way, on the contrary, made the 10 sect masters very relieved. The more Yang Chen emphasized the interests of Chunyang Palace, the greater the certainty of this matter. Otherwise, why would Chunyang Palace play around with everyone? Now that the third condition was put forward, everyone did not respond to it immediately. This condition itself was a bit troublesome. Even the sect masters of the 10 major sects had to think about it carefully. The Demon Continent was such a large territory and involved such great interests. If the 11 sect masters were to swallow it alone, it would definitely make people jealous. Why would Chunyang Palace pull everyone here? Wasn't it because Chunyang Palace couldn't swallow it alone? Originally, with the relationship between Chunyang Palace and the 4 sects of the Dao sects, it was not too much to consider the benefits of the Dao sects. The problem was that the benefits were too great, even the 4 sects of the Dao sects plus Chunyang Palace couldn't swallow it. Now the 10 supersect of the Dao, Demon, and Rogue Cultivators Alliance could barely swallow it, but it would definitely face the jealous scramble of the later sect. At that time, to stand up for Chunyang Palace and offend other major sects, whether it was worth it or not, everyone needed to consider it. Yang Chen, what if the last condition can't be agreed to? Yi Zhenxiong and Yang Chen had also been in contact. The people of the Demon sect were also more direct in terms of interests, and they raised the problem without concealing it. Then just pretend that I never said this, please go back. Yi Zhenxiong was straightforward, and Yang Chen was even more straightforward, giving a direct answer. They wanted a good territory, but they didn't want to help Chunyang Palace. How could there be such a good thing? Chunyang Palace didn't specifically give benefits to everyone. Why should they give you all the benefits, but Chunyang Palace had to bear the burden of the bad things? If this was the case, then they would just break up and pretend that this had never happened. According to the current situation, they would do what they should do. For a while, everyone was lost in thought. No one spoke, but the huge territory of the Demon Continent was like the sweetest bait, so that the leaders of the major sects couldn't help but think about the huge benefits and glory that their sect would bring to the sect after getting a part of it. The bait was so sweet that even everyone understood that if they gave up this opportunity, it was likely that this matter would become a heart demon in their own cultivation. Unless the Demon Continent was put into the palm of their hands, this heart demon would follow them for a lifetime. Even if they ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world, they would be troubled by this inner demon and unable to get rid of it. There was once an opportunity to carry forward the sect in front of him, but he gave it up because he was afraid of a little dispute in the future. If this kind of thing was known by the ancestors of the sect, they would directly criticize him for being irresponsible and having no vision. We, the Green Jade Immortal Island, agree. The Lord of Tantai was the first to speak. We, the Blue Cloud sect, also agree. Following the Lord of Tantai was Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect. We, the Yin-Yang Demon School, also agree. The sect master of Yin-Yang Demon School was not willing to lag behind and nodded the third. Everything that happened next was a matter of course. All the sect leaders nodded in agreement. What a joke, it was good for everyone, why would they let it go? Seeing this scene, the palace master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Chen, on the other hand, secretly smiled in his heart. Chapter 1451. After agreeing to the 3 conditions of Yang Chen, the scene suddenly became harmonious again, and several sect masters even jokingly congratulated the head of the palace. The head of the palace was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. With the support of the top 10 sect, it was impossible for Chunyang Palace to decline. Their own young palace master was really satisfying to the point that they didn't know what to say. It was a pity that the head of the palace still didn't know where the huge site was. He only knew that Chunyang Palace already had 100,000 miles of land, which was hundreds of times larger than the current Chunyang Palace of thousands of miles. Not only that, Chunyang Palace also had the support of the top 10 sect. Even if there was a dispute in the future, the sect would not dare to dispute with Chunyang Palace on the site. In particular, their own sect also took the lead. As long as there was enough time, even without the support of those sects in the future, Chunyang Palace could also grow up and become a super sect that was comparable to these sects. The next thing, it seemed that the palace master didn't need to participate, as long as the reception was good. The interests of Chunyang Palace had been determined, but the top 10 sect had not yet. Therefore, taking advantage of the gathering of the top 10 sect masters, they had to discuss how to come out first. Dividing up the site was one thing. Everyone had to discuss a solution to the disputes that had arisen in advance, at least they had to put on an attitude. That place was a dangerous place. If everyone wanted to attack each other again, it would not be good. Yang Chen didn't care about discussing this. Anyway, it had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen only needed to determine when to set off. As for the manpower, the top 10 sect would naturally prepare. On the other hand, on the side of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen had to carefully select. Master Ancestor Wang Yong, Law Enforcement Hall Master Meng Xian, and Elder Gao Shiyang were going together. Together with Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, there were already 6 masters of the Darching stage. There were still 4 missing from the 10 masters of the Darching stage that Yang Chen said. It must be difficult to go to the demon continent in the early stage, so they must have a strong combat power. In this regard, Hu Yun and the old tree demon Gui Shanyu were undeniable, plus Yang Chen's old acquaintance, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, who have been promoted to the Darching stage. The number was just right. Developing a new territory was definitely a good opportunity to train, so Yang Chen's disciples definitely had to come along. Mu Bo, Hannah Mengyu, Yi Yu, Mo Chunmai, Bei Fu Yun, Chen Mo, and Yu Yu were all there. Of course, Yang Chen's friends would not be left behind. Du Qian, Wang Yuan, and the others all wanted to follow. Shanghai Feng had to preside over the Wanbao Tower and could not leave. Otherwise, he would have to go. However, even so, Shanghai Feng would also be responsible for the large-scale transfer of mortals from Chunyang Palace, and would also follow later. The disciples of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling also followed to gain experience. In addition to the hundreds of Yuanying stage masters and thousands of Jedan stage masters carefully selected by the head of the palace, the team of Chunyang Palace had all been determined. The 10 sect masters stayed in Chunyang Palace for a full month, and then things were settled after quarreling with each other. At the beginning of the division of the territory, the 10 Darching stage sect masters did not look like highly respected sect masters. The posture of fighting, except for the fact that they did not fight, was clearly like 10 village men and shrews in the vegetable market. Fortunately, no one saw this scene, otherwise, they didn't know how they would break their jaws. The head of the palace also arranged it secretly. When they quarreled and discussed, only the 10 of them were present, and outsiders would not see it. It was more or less to maintain the face of the 10 sect masters. The next step was for the 10 sect masters to return to the sect, organize powerful personnel, organize teams, prepare various materials, and make all kinds of plans to occupy the territory. Everything was done in secret. Even the people who were sent out in secret. Except for the core leaders of the major sects, even the ordinary elders did not know where these people went. To the outside world, it was said that they were cultivating in seclusion. It took more than 2 years for all the major sects to complete their preparations. There was no way, when the stall was big, there were many things, and they had to maintain secrecy. It always took a certain amount of time to cover up all aspects. In this regard, Chunyang Palace was much simpler. First, they were united. Second, the boat was small and easy to turn around. Coupled with Yang Chen's lofty personal prestige, all the preparations had been completed less than half a year after the departure of the major sect. They had been waiting for more than a year just to set off. In order to maintain secrecy, only one master of all the sect came out with an Immortal's Cave magic weapon, and the others were brought in. A master would not attract too many people's attention wherever he went. Even if he went to sea, no one would think of anything else. Yang Chen's side was relatively easy. The people of Chunyang Palace, Gong Sunling waved her small hand, and the mountain river geographical map put everyone in it. Master Ancestor Wang Yong, Meng Xian, and Elder Gao Shiyang did not shy away. They entered the mountain river geographical map, but Hu Yun and the old tree demon Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo stayed outside. These 4 guys, following Yang Chen to go out to smash and rob, was not the first or second time. Even if others saw them going out with Yang Chen's family, it was estimated that they would not have any other ideas. They would only think that the guy was going to suffer, and would not think of anything else. The 4 of them stayed outside because of this reason, but others did not have such a good reason. Speaking of which, the major sect was quite cooperative this time. Needless to say, the 4 major Taoist sects were basically Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters, with their Immortal's Cave magic weapons, met with Yang Chen and went to sea together. The masters of the other sect did not have such good cover-up. They could only go to sea alone with their Immortal's Cave magic weapons, and then meet with Yang Chen in the sea. Yang Chen's family, of course, took Gong Suanling's ship and went to sea leisurely. After sailing for half a year at sea, they finally met up with the experts of the other 6 sects on a deserted island that they had agreed upon beforehand. The representative of Yin-Yang Demon School was Lady Fanghua. When she saw Yang Chen, she did not show any signs of abnormality. The other sects also had a few elders who had seen Yang Chen when he sold the 5th grade alchemist secret manual. Only an elder from the 4 Seas Alliance of the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance had not seen him before. What was surprising was that he turned out to be a Grand Supreme Master. It was not surprising that the 4 Seas Alliance had a Grand Supreme Master. This time, it was a matter of great importance. It was estimated that every sect had sent a Grand Supreme Master, but only the 4 Seas Alliance had sent a Grand Supreme Master. "Child, are you Yang Chen?" When the other party saw Yang Chen's family, he directly put on the face of a superior senior and instructed Yang Chen without any trace of politeness, "This time, going out to sea is dangerous. As your senior, I will make the decision for you. From now on, you will listen to my instructions." Chapter 1452. The 4 Seas Alliance was a rogue cultivator alliance, and all of them were rogue cultivators. What was a rogue cultivator? It was a rogue cultivator without a sect. Compared with other sect, the alliance formed by these rogue cultivators naturally had a certain gap in seniority structure with a clear organizational structure and clear seniority in the sect. It was precisely for this reason that the people of other sects had no objection to Yang Chen's command in the early stage, but the rogue cultivator of the 4 Seas Alliance directly jumped out. Knowing that Yang Chen's first condition was to listen to his command before he started, this great master still jumped out, obviously targeting Yang Chen in particular. As soon as he said this, other people didn't have anything, but the faces of Yang Chen's wives and concubines changed, and the way they looked at the great master changed. "This senior, I don't know if the leader of your alliance has told the senior the 3 conditions of this junior." Yang Chen was not very angry. He was already a master of the Dacheng stage. How could he be as happy as a child in the Qi refining stage? Sitting in the same place, Yang Chen did not move, but asked with a smile and a deep voice. For the eyes of Yang Chen's wives and concubines, The great master of the Four Seas Alliance did not have the slightest pressure. A few little babies in the middle darching stage, could they turn over the sky? On the other hand, Lady Fanghua of Yin-Yang Demon School looked at him strangely. What did this mean? This old man is Chu Yulong. This old man has stayed there for 300 years in the demon continent, and the blood has flowed like a river. The little baby has been to the demon continent, but his experience is too little, and he doesn't know the power of the demon continent. At this time, the great master didn't have time to think about the intention of Lady Fenghua's gaze, and directly said, "Listen to this old man's command. This old man guarantees that you will be safe." Chu Yulong estimated that he couldn't think of it. Lady Fanghua looked at him with eyes full of sarcasm and sympathy. When Yang Chen was in the early yuanying stage, he made her, a master of the early darching stage, obedient. After so many years, even Yang Chen was already in the middle darching stage. A mere master of the highest level, dared to bare his teeth in front of Yang Chen? Senior Chu, is this the will of your alliance leader Yi? Yang Chen didn't answer and just continued to ask calmly. His expression and tone didn't change in the slightest. Yi Yuankue, that child, is not someone who can order me around. Chu Yulong coldly snorted and indifferently said, "I don't care what he said to you. I don't want to bet the lives of so many experts of the Four Seas Alliance on a kid like you. Does that mean that Senior Chu doesn't approve of the conditions that Alliance Master Yi has agreed to?" Yang Chen slowly withdrew the smile on his face and looked straight at Chu Yulong as he asked. "If you want to say so, it's not impossible." Chu Yulong sat opposite Yang Chen and said in a loud voice, "This kind of big event has nothing to do with the participation of a third-rate sect like Chunyang Palace. If you are obedient, I might consider finding a place for the people of Chunyang Palace to rest. If you are not obedient, then leave the formation map and go back to where you came from," Chu Yulong said very bluntly, but Yang Chen did not directly answer, but looked at the others. Seeing Yang Chen look over, Yang Chen's wives and concubines stood on Yang Chen's side without hesitation. Lady Fanghua also did not hesitate and followed the other women. The elder of Wuji Demon School and an elder of the demon clan looked left and right, hesitated a little, and then stood on Yang Chen's side. The people of the Dao sect and the demon clan completely stood on Yang Chen's side, and a sect of the demon clan also supported Yang Chen. The remaining demon clan sect and a member of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance seemed to have a tacit understanding and took a few steps back. Although they did not clearly indicate that they would stand on Chu Yulong's side, it also indirectly showed that they were not helping either side. They probably planned to see how the situation would turn out. Even if you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river, you should do it after crossing the river. Yang Chen suddenly laughed, and there seemed to be a helpless expression on his face. He looked at Chu Yulong and asked with a bitter smile, "Senior, aren't you a little too impatient? Boy, let me tell you a fact." Chu Yulong did not feel embarrassed at all. He looked at Yang Chen with a face full of guidance. "Don't think that they will fight for you if they stand on your side. No one will fight with me for the small Chunyang Palace. In this world, the one with the bigger fist is the one who has the right." "That makes sense." Yang Chen listened and nodded repeatedly. There was not the slightest embarrassment on his face. "I really have to thank you for telling me this, Senior. A wise man submits to the circumstances." Chu Yulong's expression changed, and he gave a thumbs up to Yang Chen. "Since you can say these words, you are not one of those pedantic old pedants. For this reason, I will help you this time. Be obedient, and when you arrive, I will naturally give you a place to stand." "Well said, well said. I still have to thank you, Senior, for your help." Yang Chen immediately smiled, and his eyes narrowed. Looking at Yang Chen's sensible words, Chu Yulong finally showed a smile on his face. Shanshan, who was beside Yang Chen, frowned. She stared at Chu Yulong with a murderous look. However, even though she was so angry, Shanshan did not do anything. Her husband was still here, and Shanshan had to give him face. In fact, not only Shanshan, but also Yang Chen's wives and concubines did not give Chu Yulong face. If it were not for her husband not allowing them to fight, they would have already taught this old guy a lesson. "Why, girls, are you not convinced?" Chu Yulong looked around at the women and asked with a sneer, Before your respective lords set off, didn't they tell you not to use the Grand Supreme easily? None of the women spoke, but they all clenched their fists. Chu Yulong was not afraid at all. He directly met Shashanshan's cold and severe gaze and asked with a sneer, could it be that cold plum fairy still wants to teach this old man a lesson? Shashanshan was furious. She was about to rush out, but Yang Chen beat her to it and shouted, Shanshan, don't get angry. Hearing Yang Chen's voice, Shashanshan abruptly retracted her foot that had almost stepped out. She stood where she was and looked at Chu Yulong with the same pity as Lady Fanghua. Old Hu. Yang Chen rushed to the cabin and shouted. Hu Yun's figure immediately appeared on the deck. Hu Yun looked very satisfied. He was holding a half-eaten peach in one hand, dripping with juice, and a jade wine flask in the other. His breath reeked of alcohol as he appeared in front of everyone. Senior Chu Yulong said that whoever's fist is bigger is right. Yang Chen pointed at Chu Yulong and said to Hu Yun, Old Hu, show him whose fist is bigger. Chapter 1453. Fight. Hu Yun's eyes immediately lit up. He casually threw away the peach in his hand and picked up the wine pot. After gulping down the wine, he threw away the empty wine pot as well and walked over to Chu Yulong with an excited expression. I like it. Hu Yun's current cultivation base had reached the level of the peak darching stage, and he was only one step away from ascending. If it was just about the realm, it could be said that Hu Yun was the one with the highest cultivation base in Chunyang Palace. Even the old tree demon Gui Shanyu could not compare with Hu Yun in this regard. Among the wives and concubines of Yang Chen, the one who had the most contact with Hu Yun was Gong Sunling. Other people, including Jiao Yu, only knew that Hu Yun's strength was amazing, that he was the incarnation of the mighty ape king, and that his cultivation base was high. Of course, Hu Yun was also famous in Chunyang Palace. In the battle to exterminate the Taishanmen, he also killed a master of the peak darching stage alone. As long as people who have studied Chunyang Palace, they basically know the name of Hu Yun. Chu Yulong was obviously familiar with the masters of Chunyang Palace. When Hu Yun jumped out, he was not surprised at all. He had long known that there was a master of the darching stage who liked to fight in Chunyang Palace, but he always felt that the rumors were wrong. Just now, Chu Yulong said so blatantly that he wanted to break the agreement. He did not believe that Hu Yun, who was at the peak darching stage, could not hear it in the cabin. But Hu Yun did not react at all. He only cared about eating and drinking, which was not in line with the rumored master with a fiery temper. He was also a master who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw that he was a master of the highest level, he immediately became a turtle. Little did he know that Hu Yun was so obedient because he was around Yang Chen. Hu Yun had experienced a lot of battles, but the most enjoyable times were when he went out with Yang Chen. He didn't have to think about it at all. As long as Yang Chen let him kill, he could rest assured and boldly have a good time. After that, he did not have to worry about any consequences. It was not so comfortable for him to go out alone. When he was overseeing the 100,000 great mountains, he always had to discuss with others, which was a hindrance. Therefore, as long as he followed Yang Chen, Hu Yun would definitely listen to Yang Chen. He would fight however he was told to. If Yang Chen did not say anything, Hu Yun would not make a move. Now that Yang Chen had made it so clear that he wanted Hu Yun to teach Chu Yulong a lesson, Hu Yun immediately became excited. Yang Chen knew very well what old Hu was thinking when he was fighting a Grand Supreme expert. Chu Yulong listened to Yang Chen's understated words, and his heart was also furious. However, he was also a cunning person. He knew very well in his heart that if he couldn't convince the number one master of Chunyang Palace, who was pushed out by Yang Chen, it was impossible to make Yang Chen obedient. No matter what, Yang Chen was also a master of the darching stage, and he was also the only fifth-grade alchemist master in the mortal world. If he gave in because of a few words, wouldn't it be too shameful? Since Grandmaster Yang has such a refined interest, this old man will play with you. Chu Yulong stood up with a confident smile and turned to Hu Yun. Hu Yun had already jumped into the air, waving his hands and feet as if he was moving his hands and feet. He looked impatient. Chu Yulong did not neglect and flew directly into the air, standing 20 feet away from Hu Yun in the air. Seeing that Chu Yulong was ready, Hu Yun screamed and immediately rushed up. The distance between the two was not far, and Hu Yun's speed was fast. He was almost in front of Chu Yulong in an instant. Hu Yun's huge fist, with a sharp wind sound, blasted directly at Chu Yulong's head. Chu Yulong was not willing to show weakness and also blasted his fist over. The two masters of the Monster Race and Rogue Cultivator Alliance, who were watching from a distance, were also judging the strength of the Four Seas Alliance and Chunyang Palace. To be honest, if Chu Yulong of the Four Seas Alliance really succeeded, they didn't mind kicking Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace aside. So what if he was a 5th-grade alchemist master? How could he compare to a huge territory in the Demon Continent? Yang Chen actually let Hu Yun and Chu Yulong fight. The two masters sneered in their hearts. Chu Yulong was a master who had been famous for more than 1,000 years. Hu Yun's reputation was only for a few hundred years. The two could not be compared at all. What's more, Chu Yulong was a great master, at least at the level of the 2nd-grade human immortal, but Hu Yun was only at the peak of the Darching stage. It was clear at a glance which was higher and which was lower. In their hearts, Hu Yun's challenge to Chu Yulong was nothing more than a mantis trying to shake a tree. Maybe Yang Chen wanted a reasonable reason to step down. They hoped that in this battle, Hu Yun would not be too ugly by Chu Yulong. Otherwise, if Yang Chen refused to take out the formation, Chu Yulong would not dare to really do anything to Yang Chen. The moment the two fists collided, the two masters who were watching seemed to see the scene of Hu Yun being sent flying. However, the next situation made the two masters who were watching directly widen their eyes and mouths, and they could no longer close them. Boom, the two fists collided, and a figure flew out like a cannonball. However, the figure that flew out was not Hu Yun, who the two masters looked down upon, but the great master Chu Yulong, who was still insufferably arrogant a second ago. Not only that, the fist that Chu Yulong and Hu Yun had used to punch each other had already become red and swollen. There seemed to be a slight, almost inaudible cracking sound in the midst of the huge clash of fists. It sounded like the sound of bones breaking. The people present were all masters of the Darching stage. How could they not hear this sound? However, unlike Yang Chen's family, who seemed to have a natural expression, even the master of Wuji Demon School was shocked. Because of Yi Zhenxiong's strict instructions, the master of Wuji Demon School still stood on the side of Yang Chen, but this did not mean that he was optimistic about Yang Chen and Hu Yun. However, Hu Yun's performance was so evil that he did not know how to describe it. Hu Yun did not stop after one punch. Yang Chen said that he would let Chu Yulong know whose fist was bigger. How could one punch know everything? Therefore, even if Chu Yulong had already flown out, Hu Yun still followed his figure in an instant. Next, a group of masters only saw the scene of Hu Yun grabbing Chu Yulong, the great master, and kicking him. In the face of Chu Yulong, Hu Yun was not polite at all. His face, body, chest, and back, no matter where, Hu Yun greeted him. It was just a series of punches and kicks. After a series of punches, Chu Yulong, who was still pretending to be a dog, became a mess with a black nose, a swollen face, and a crooked chin. Cool. This old guy is asking for a beating. Hu Yun scolded mercilessly as he beat him. How dare you talk to my young master like this? Are you blind? Today, I will show you whose fist is bigger. Chapter 1454. Chu Yulong didn't even have time to react before the series of blows landed on him. Each of Hu Yun's punches and kicks carried a force that shook the internal organs. They just happened to scatter the breath that Chu Yulong had barely managed to muster. No matter how much Chu Yulong wanted to resist, he was powerless. After continuously beating Chu Yulong for half an hour, Hu Yun finally stopped. He twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, and stared fiercely at Chu Yulong under his feet. At this time, Chu Yulong no longer had the bearing of a supreme expert at the beginning. He had completely turned into a pool of mud. His face was bruised, and his eyes were swollen like peaches. There was only a slit left, and he could not even see his eyes. Lying on the ground, Chu Yulong could only make a few meaningless groans. He no longer had the strength to fight back. After Hu Yun stopped attacking for a while, Chu Yulong finally recovered his breath. He forced himself to raise his spiritual power, and only then did he regain his spirit. The bruises on his body and face also disappeared quickly after the spiritual power healed him, and he returned to his original appearance. However, just as he recovered a little of his primordial chi, Chu Yulong shouted angrily and took out his natal flying sword. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was staring at the enemy who killed his father. Without saying a word, the flying sword slashed at Hu Yun. Hu Yun's calm face suddenly cracked, and a smile that made the onlooker's hair stand on end appeared. Then, he stretched out his hand, and there was a golden rod in his hand. This golden rod was originally a magic weapon that Hu Yun had refined himself. There was no obvious characteristic of a magic weapon, except for one thing, which was its weight. Hu Yun's rod was hundreds of thousands of kilograms at the beginning. While waiting for the major sect to prepare, Gao Yu was a little bored, so she simply refined Hu Yun's rod for him again. As long as the high-grade materials that Yang Chen had obtained from Taishanmen were suitable, Gao Yu would not hesitate to use them and refine all of them into this brand new rod. After the refine, the rod's weight directly exceeded 1,000,000 kilograms. Moreover, Gao Yu knew the characteristics of Hu Yun, so the big stick that she specially refined for him had another characteristic, which was that it was hard. The heavy and hard rod was just to Hu Yun's liking. Holding this brand new rod, he simply couldn't bear to part with it. Previously, Yang Chen had only said that he would let Chu Yulong know whose fist was bigger. Therefore, Hu Yun did not kill Chu Yulong, nor did he use any magic treasures. Now that Chu Yulong had flown into a rage out of humiliation and used the flying sword, Hu Yun could not be blamed for using his weapon. With a swing of the cudgel, the air let out a deep and frightening buzzing sound, and one could hear the power contained in it. At this moment, Chu Yulong was so embarrassed that it was difficult for him to sheath his blade. Previously, he was so arrogant and full of nonsense, but in the end, he was beaten black and blue by Hu Yun's punches. He almost fainted. How could he have any face left? He was a mighty supreme expert, but this time, he had completely lost all his face. Yang Chen had casually called out a person and made him lose his reputation. If he did not kill Hu Yun, how could he, Chu Yulong, face Yang Chen, a junior? However, Chu Yulong flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill Hu Yun, but it did not mean that the people of the Four Seas Alliance behind him also wanted to do the same thing. Chu Yulong was a grand supreme expert. He obeyed the orders of Alliance Master Yi of the Four Seas Alliance, but after all, Chu Yulong was not the one who could cover the sky with one hand among the experts sent by the Four Seas Alliance this time. It was only because if his previous matter succeeded, it would be beneficial to the Four Seas Alliance, so those people tolerated him to come forward and be a villain. But now that things had come to this point, Yang Chen had clearly shown the strength of Chunyang Palace, and most of the sect was on the side of Chunyang Palace. If Chu Yulong continued to pester endlessly like this, perhaps the Four Seas Alliance would be the first to be kicked out of the alliance that had been established not long ago. Kicking them out of the alliance might be a light punishment. Maybe the 9 sects and Chunyang Palace would deal with the Four Seas Alliance together. Anyway, with one less share of the benefits, everyone could get a bigger share. This damn Chu Yulong, did he really think that everyone in the world had to give him face because of his high cultivation? Didn't he see that all the people of Tao sects and Devil sects followed him obediently? Were there no grand supreme experts in Tao sects and Devil sects? Did he really think that Yang Chen, a 5th-grade alchemist, was a vegetarian? Brother Chu, stop. Just as Chu Yulong's flying sword flew out, a silhouette appeared not far from Chu Yulong's side and shouted loudly towards Chu Yulong. Unfortunately, Chu Yulong, who was now angry out of humiliation, only had eyes for Hu Yun, who had humiliated him. At this moment, even if God shouted for him to stop, it would be useless. If he didn't kill Hu Yun, he would not be a human. However, Chu Yulong, who was filled with rage and shame, did not notice the bloodthirsty light that suddenly shot out from Hu Yun's eyes. He even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, and his face was filled with an evil smile of anticipation. But even if he saw it, at this moment, Chu Yulong probably couldn't care too much. Chu Yulong didn't notice these small details, but it didn't mean that others didn't notice it. At least the person who had just appeared clearly saw Hu Yun's expression of looking forward to killing, and also saw Chu Yulong's loss of composure. As a bystander, sometimes it was easier to see things clearly than the people involved. Chu Yulong was beaten up by Hu Yun when he was unarmed. Could he reverse the situation immediately after using the flying sword? The bloodthirsty expression on Hu Yun's face was not faked, but an obvious subconscious expression. Hu Yun had already made up his mind to kill. It was estimated that as long as he made a move, Chu Yulong would die. But in this situation, the person who had appeared did not dare to come forward to help. If there was a misunderstanding, the matter would be even more serious. Grandmaster Yang, I admit my mistake. Please be magnanimous. In a hurry, the figure who had just appeared was meticulous. He instantly judged who was the one who gave the order. He quickly bowed to Yang Chen and said some good words in a low voice. Yang Chen was a person who would respect others tenfold if you respected him. Now, this person's attitude was still acceptable. Moreover, if Chu Yulong was killed, Chunyang Palace would have one more enemy of the Four Seas Alliance, a super rogue cultivator alliance. It would do more harm than good for the Chunyang Villa. In a flash, Yang Chen had made a decision. However, sparing Chu Yulong's life did not mean that Chu Yulong didn't have to pay any price. He dared to point at Shishanshan's nose and scold her. No matter what, he had to make him suffer unforgettable pain. Old Hu, send him to ascend. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suppressed his anger and shouted at Hu Yun. Chapter 1455. Chu Yulong was a master of the supreme level. His real strength had far exceeded the level of ascension. That was to say, as long as he was willing, he could trigger the heavenly tribulation and ascend at any time and anywhere. Yang Chen didn't want to kill Chu Yulong, but he didn't want to keep Chu Yulong in the way. Since Chu Yulong had the strength to ascend, he would be sent to the spiritual world so that he wouldn't get in the way in front of him. Hu Yun had already planned to kill Chu Yulong, but Yang Chen's words made Hu Yun completely change his mind in an instant. Hu Yun, who had been provoked and revealed his killing intent, could only let Yang Chen let go of the opponent in front of him. He could be spared from the death penalty, but he couldn't escape punishment. Didn't Yang Chen say that if he sent him to ascend, he would be forced to use the power of the supreme level and trigger the heavenly tribulation? This matter was simply not a problem for Hu Yun. However, Hu Yun was not willing to let this guy go. Yang Chen just asked him to send Chu Yulong to ascend, but it didn't mean that he couldn't hurt Chu Yulong. Seeing that Chu Yulong, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation, had already controlled the flying sword to attack him, Hu Yun once again laughed nastily. He suddenly swung the large rod in his hand and heavily smashed it against the flying sword that was attacking him. Chu Yulong's flying sword was his own flying sword. It had been tempered for thousands of years since it was refined. The super financial resources of the Four Seas Alliance also allowed him to choose the most advanced magic weapon materials from the beginning. It took hundreds of years to refine this life-flying sword. However, what Chu Yulong never thought of was that Hu Yun's big stick was a combination of the hardest materials in the world and a magic weapon personally refined by Gaou. Not to mention that it weighed millions of pounds, just the hardest materials that the Taishanmen had carefully prepared for tens of thousands of years were used on it. In terms of hardness, even if he did not use Xiao Tian, Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade could not leave a trace on it. Wang, ding. After the muffled sound of something tearing through the air, a clear and melodious sound of weapons colliding rang out. Siache. Sparks flew in all directions, accompanied by Chu Yulong's blood-curdling screech. The natal flying sword that Chu Yulong had meticulously refined for over 1,000 years was directly broken into two. Chu Yulong's hatred was simply unleashing the power of a human immortal. If not for the suppression formation on his body, he would have triggered a heavenly tribulation. In his mind, even if Hu Yun didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He didn't expect that Hu Yun's big stick would be so heavy and so hard. The moment the flying sword and the big stick collided, it instantly broke. Chu Yulong didn't even have the chance to control the flying sword to dodge. The natal flying sword was destroyed, and Chu Yulong, whose mind was connected, suddenly shook his sea of consciousness and screamed. The suppression formation arranged on his body could no longer be maintained and shattered. The wind and clouds immediately surged in the sky, and tribulation clouds began to condense in all directions. The sudden change shocked Chu Yulong. At any rate, He was also a master who had experienced the demon continent for hundreds of years. If he hadn't felt too ashamed and angry before, he would not have lost his calm. Now that the heavenly tribulation had suddenly arrived, Chu Yulong had to suppress his injury and anger, and seriously face the wind tribulation that was about to descend. After all, Chu Yulong was still a supreme human immortal master. Even if his natal flying sword was destroyed and his divine sense was damaged, he was still a human immortal master. Otherwise, he would not have acted on his own like this, and no master of the Four Seas Alliance came out to mediate. Yang Chen and others had already controlled the ship to fly to a safe place to observe. Hu Yun also put away his rod and flew to Gong Suanling's ship. As soon as he got on the ship, he grabbed a wine pot, took a sip, and then glared at the two masters who had remained neutral before. An expert of the demon sect and an expert of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance did not even dare to say anything extra. They took a few steps closer to Yang Chen and others, staring at Hu Yun with lingering fear, and their hearts could not help but churn. If they had known it would be like this, why would the two of them bother to sit on the fence? It was clear that the sect master had agreed to Yang Chen's conditions. Seeing Chu Yulong come out to provoke them, they still wanted to take advantage of the situation to ask for more benefits for the sect. Now that they failed to get lucky, it made Yang Chen alienate them a little more. The gains did not make up for the losses. When they returned, they did not know how the sect master would punish them. Chu Yulong was really something. He was known as one of the top 10 Grand Supreme experts of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. In the end, he could not even survive a face-to-face encounter with Hu Yun, who no one had paid much attention to in Chunyang Palace. Everyone present was an expert, and no one was blind. If Hu Yun had not shown mercy, Chu Yulong would have died. When did Chunyang Palace have such a powerful expert who was not inferior to a Grand Supreme expert? Although they criticized in their hearts, the two of them did not dare to say anything extra. They could only use the opportunity to manage Chu Yulong's ascension to cover up their embarrassment. The only fortunate thing was that they did not help Chu Yulong just now. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to back down now, and they would not even have a chance to turn back. The new expert of the Four Seas Alliance was also a Grand Supreme expert, but he seemed to understand the situation better than Chu Yulong. He stood still and watched Hu Yun teach Chu Yulong a lesson. He did not dare to move casually, for fear of causing a misunderstanding between Yang Chen and others. In the face of Yang Chen, he directly admitted his mistake, without the slightest embarrassment of a senior bowing his head to a junior. Caught off guard, Chu Yulong still endured his injuries and erupted with 120% of his strength. Finally, he barely passed the wind tribulation and successfully ascended in front of everyone. However, looking at his reluctant appearance during the last tribulation, it was estimated that his injuries were not light. In addition, his natal flying sword was destroyed. Even if he ascended to the spiritual realm, he would need hundreds of years to recuperate. Just because he spoke rudely to Yang Chen, a dignified Grand Supreme Human Immortal expert suffered such misfortune, especially when Yang Chen had obviously spared his life. For a Grand Supreme expert who cared about his reputation, such an encounter was worse than death. However, Chu Yulong deserved what happened to him. Alliance Master Yi of the Four Seas Alliance had clearly agreed to the conditions, but he still wanted to make trouble by relying on his seniority and cultivation. Now, he went for wool and came home shorn. There was no other suitable comment for him other than to say that he deserved it. The experts of the Level 5 Demon Sect and the other Demon Sect were absolutely glad that they had hesitated for a while before resolutely following their sect master's orders and standing on Yang Chen's side. That was close. They had almost committed an unforgivable mistake. How fortunate, how fortunate. Seniors, does anyone else want to compare who has a bigger fist? Just as everyone watched Chu Yulong ascend and each had their own thoughts, Yang Chen's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. His tone was still calm and unruffled, but in the ears of the crowd, it had a completely different feeling. Chapter 1456. With Chu Yulong's pearl and jade in front of them, which guy with no eyes would jump out? Not to mention that Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all in charge of the Dao sects, excluding the Dao sects, the remaining monster sects, demon sects, and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance would also have opinions. Didn't they see that the people of the Four Seas Alliance didn't say a word? How stupid would this guy have to be to jump out at this time? If Chu Yulong jumped out before because he didn't know the strength of Chunyang Palace, now everyone clearly saw Hu Yun's power, and they still did this, then their heads were filled with water. Those who could be appointed as a liaison by such a big sect, which one was not a treacherous guy? Who would be so stupid? The two representatives of the Monster Sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, who had said that they would not help each other before, also closed their mouths at this moment and slowly walked to Yang Chen's side. Only the new master of the Four Seas Alliance was still standing opposite. Master Yang, I'm really sorry. The other party's posture was extremely low, but at the same time, he still maintained the demeanor of a master. The matter of Elder Chu, the sect master really didn't know. Please forgive me, Master Yang. He watched helplessly as Hu Yun sent his own elder flying into the immortal realm, but the other party didn't show any unusual reaction. If he hadn't always had a conflict with Chu Yulong, it could only show that this was a very scheming person. Yang Chen actually didn't want to have a grudge with the current top 10 sect. He pulled the top 10 sect to conspire against the demon continent in order to rope them in and let everyone have a bond of interest. But this didn't mean that Yang Chen was easy to talk to and could tolerate Chu Yulong's blatant desire to divide up the interests of Chunyang Palace. Only this time, if there is a next time, then please go back. Yang Chen was not polite, and directly put on a commanding posture, leaving such words. Master Yang, rest assured, there will never be a next time. With an apologetic smile on his face, the other party gave Yang Chen a very definite answer. If anyone is dissatisfied, I will personally send him on his way. The small storm rose quickly and fell quickly. After that, everyone continued on their way as if nothing had happened. Hu Yun continued to drink in the cabin, Yang Chen and the women continued to enjoy the scenery on the deck, and the other sect representatives also sat quietly on the ship, quietly cultivating. Traveling was a boring thing to begin with. If it was only Yang Chen's family, it would naturally be more interesting. But now that there were people from other sect, it became a very embarrassing thing. Fortunately, aside from Yang Chen's family, the people who were qualified to appear on the ship were either elders of Yang Chen's sect or powerful cultivators from other sect. Therefore, Yang Chen's family was very considerate in terms of etiquette. The winter plum fairy Shashanshan's peerless tea and delightful tea art, the dancing snow fairy's centuries-old fine wine, and the flowing cloud fairy Gong Suanling's exquisite cooking, which could make people swallow their tongues, made these powerful elders so happy that they forgot about their duties. Fairy Bai Xia was even more generous. First, under Yang Chen's indication, she helped Lady Fanghua refine her natal magic weapon. Then, things got out of hand. The other sect experts did not seem to be on guard at all. They took out their own natal magic weapons and asked Fairy Bai Xia to help. Among them, the newly appeared expert from the Four Seas Alliance was the most proactive. Perhaps he wanted to use this method to make up for the faint cracks between the two sides. The guests did not hide anything. With so many experts present, it was inevitable that they would exchange some cultivation methods. Although everyone was from different sects, the cultivation of the Great Path was the same. There would always be some common language. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Since everyone was going to seek benefits together, with this common direction, other small disagreements were not worth mentioning. In this case, the speed of the ship reached its maximum after adding the water-dividing wings. It only took 8 years to arrive at the demon continent. Although the demonic energy of the demon continent was cut off, the large formation on the periphery was still there. When the day of opening, after entering the demon continent, Yang Chen and others would no longer be bound by the Great Heart Demon Oath and could tell everyone the purpose of this time. Seniors, please take your disciples to the periphery for a simple adaptation. After this younger generation junior has finished arranging the formation, you can do your own things. Yang Chen said politely, but his tone still carried a hint of command. Everyone said in advance that before Yang Chen finished arranging, everyone must listen to Yang Chen's orders. Naturally, everyone had no objection. Although many people had come here to gain experience, most of the people brought by the major sect had not experienced the baptism of the demonic energy at all. It was the safest way to simply adapt here and wait for Yang Chen. It had been decades since Yang Chen collected the core of the demon continent. After the demonic energy was cut off, there was no replenishment. The demonic energy pervading the entire demon continent was much fainter than before. However, even this level of demonic energy was a great test for those Yuanying stage and Jedan stage masters who had never been here before, and they must not be reckless. As the leader of the team, especially the veterans who had experienced the experience of the demon continent, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue had to instruct the disciples of their own sect, and Gaoyu and Gong Sunling were no exception. No one had come to Chunyang Palace except for Yang Chen and the two of them. Even Hu Yun almost lost his composure, let alone others. Yang Chen set foot on the road to arrange the absorption formation alone. There was no way, except for Yang Chen, even Gong Sunling couldn't arrange this formation. Moreover, although there was no overflow of demonic energy, those beasts were all masters of the human immortal level. Yang Chen was not willing to let his wives and concubines take risks. The core of the absorption formation was the demonic bead of the ultimate demonized vine. With this huge demonic bead as the core, and the surrounding 8 relatively inferior demonic beads as auxiliary, a formation to absorb demonic energy was arranged. Just these demonic beads, except for Yang Chen, as long as other people touched it, it was estimated that they could not escape the consequences of cultivation deviation. If there were still people in this world who could withstand the power of these 9 demonic beads, perhaps Yang Chen's sworn brother Li Cheng was the only one besides Yang Chen. In terms of effect alone, this formation to absorb demonic energy was the best arranged in the original core of the demon continent, but it was also the most dangerous. God knows what kind of danger Yang Chen would encounter when arranging the formation. Last time he was lucky, the ultimate demonized vine happened to die, which helped Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't think he could have such good luck this time. Chapter 1457. However, even if there were more dangers, Yang Chen still had to arrange the formation. The goal this time, in addition to finding a suitable site for Chunyang Palace and a group of allies, Yang Chen's main purpose was to get these beasts on the demon continent. The devilish bead bred by the human immortal level beasts was definitely a good thing that would make people crazy. Even ordinary devilish beads could become the main raw material of the 100-year pill after purification. These human immortal level devilish beads were definitely the best main material for the 1000-year pill. For Yang Chen and his wives and concubines, the 100-year pill and the 1000-year pill were not needed for the time being. In fact, this thing, for those cultivators who could ascend by their own strength, there was basically no special need. The only useful thing was some poor people who were at the end of their lifespan but were still unable to break through. Perhaps those sneaky guys would also need it. What Yang Chen wanted was not a simple 100-year pill. In fact, Yang Chen had already sold this pill recipe. As long as the major sect could find a way to purify the devilish bead, they could refine this kind of pill in large quantities on the demon continent. And the method to purify the devilish bead, in fact, as long as time passed, they would soon discover that as long as it was placed there, the demonic qi would automatically be absorbed by the absorption formation arranged by Yang Chen. Yang Chen had no advantage in the 100-year pill, but Yang Chen's goal was not such a simple 100-year pill to increase cultivation base. If he wanted to increase his cultivation base, he could directly take the devilish bead. There was no need to add the steps of alchemy. What Yang Chen valued was the life essence contained in the devilish bead. The reason why it could increase cultivation base was naturally because the devilish bead contained a lot of life essence. This was the life crystal of those demonic beasts. It was definitely a good thing that could only be encountered. In the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen once found a longevity pill recipe, which was a kind of pill inferred by the ancestor of Chunyang Palace based on his own conjecture, which had the effect of prolonging life. After Yang Chen's careful analysis, he had a 50% chance of success. However, refining the longevity pill requires 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds with diametrically opposite properties to be refined at the same time. The 7th-grade pure Yang True Fire and pure Yin True Fire have been collected by Yang Chen and are now stored in the profound spirit furnace. With Yang Chen's ability to control the fire, coupled with the help of the dragon spirit during the refining, Yang Chen's success in refining can increase at least by 5%. There were no major problems with the fire seed and controlling the fire. All that was left was the problem of materials. After all these years of plundering by Yang Chen, the things he had obtained from the Zhao family's manor and the Taishanman's manor added up, barely meeting the requirements for refining the prolonging life pill. However, the most important part of the prolonging life pill was the life essence. Things that could increase lifespan were by no means something that could heal wounds and increase spiritual power. Except for some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they were even rarer than the treasures that could improve the cultivator's acquired spirit root. Fortunately, after Yang Chen got dozens of demonized vines devilish bead, he knew that he had found a solution. Ordinary devilish bead was not strong enough. Even if it was a first-grade devilish bead, it could only increase the cultivation base, but the human immortal level devilish bead already had the life essence that Yang Chen needed. All the beasts in the core of the demon continent had this level, and Yang Chen could be sure that they would have the devilish bead on them. What Yang Chen wanted was the devilish bead on these beasts. From the edge of the demon continent to the core, even if Yang Chen had a shuttle, it took more than a year. When passing through various places, Yang Chen could clearly feel that the concentration of demonic qi had dropped by at least 30%. In contrast, even the number of demonic beasts seemed to have decreased a lot, but Yang Chen did not see a corpse of a demonic beast. Most importantly, he did not see a cultivator along the way. When Yang Chen rushed to the periphery of the original core area, he saw a different scene. Originally, all the beasts were quietly staying in their own territories, absorbing the demonic qi, and then constantly reproducing, seemingly calm and orderly, but now, Yang Chen couldn't see a single beast. All the beasts had gone somewhere. There was no overflow of demonic qi here. Although the concentration of demonic qi was still strong, it would definitely bring about a strong battle. It was normal for this situation to occur, and Yang Chen was mentally prepared. Otherwise, tens of thousands of human immortal level beasts were enough to easily send Yang Chen to hell. With the cover of the sea-pouring jasper cup, Yang Chen carefully sneaked deeper. After going deep for hundreds of miles, he finally saw the sporadic existence of beasts, all of which looked very powerful. However, these beasts were quietly absorbing the demonic qi, but there was no more reproduction. The more he went to the core, the stronger the beasts he saw, of course, the fewer the number. All the beasts stopped reproducing, and all lay on the ground lazily absorbing the demonic qi. In the core position, the guy who replaced the ultimate demonized demonic vine was also lying lazily, as if there was no spirit at all. But Yang Chen could clearly feel the strength of the first grade of the Earth Immortal, and even his movements were much lighter, for fear of being discovered. The formation to be arranged to absorb the demonic qi had already been completed. After Yang Chen's careful refining, it became 36 formation flags. This was not an ordinary formation that simply absorbed the demonic qi. 36 formation flags were unfolded, and at the same time, it was also a very powerful protective formation. This formation to absorb demonic qi was the principle of Yang Chen's reference to the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Great Formation, but the absorbed spiritual power was turned into demonic qi. As the eye of the formation, it was the huge devilish bead of the ultimate demonized demonic vine. Under the influence of Yang Chen's demonic qi alone, the devilish bead was almost dozens of feet in size. Around it were 8 relatively small devilish beads distributed in 8 directions. Although they were small, each one had a diameter of 2 feet. The eye of the formation was the special eye of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Great Formation. Once it was activated, it would gather all the demonic qi in all directions. Demonic qi was different from spiritual power. It had a form and substance, and it didn't even need to be arranged in various places. Similar to the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Great Formation, once the formation was activated, it would not stop unless there was no more demonic qi to absorb. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to break the formation. It was the same even for a first-grade Earth Immortal. One must know that this formation was originally developed by the Heaven Immortal from the spiritual realm, and juniors like the Earth Immortals were really not worth mentioning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 36 formation flags quickly spread around the Earth Immortal beasts, completely surrounding the new core. Then, The formation was immediately activated. Chapter 1458. The sudden and drastic change. With the cultivation base of the beasts, how could they not notice it? In an instant, all the beasts in a certain area suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction of the core. The guys who could still live in the core area at this time and the new core species beast had not been driven away could only be explained by one fact. That is, even if these guys can't defeat the new core species beast, they can definitely fight the core species beast equally or not fall into a disadvantageous position. Otherwise, they would have been killed or driven away long ago. The eyes of so many powerful beasts were all gathered here. If it was an ordinary master, or even an ordinary supreme master, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Yang Chen had the experience of being stared at by countless almighty immortals, so this small scene was not in his eyes. He hid under the overturning sea jasper cup, and with the power of the three purities' secret art, he would not be discovered by the beasts. As long as Yang Chen made a small enough movement, he could leave safely. The movement of the formation flag activated the formation, covering up the traces of Yang Chen. The attention of all the beasts was focused on the activated formation. There was no need to feel it, as long as they could see with the naked eye. The surrounding black demonic energy had begun to gather towards this side. The core species beast of the Earth immortal level was the first to discover it, but it was immediately attracted by the scene in front of it and could no longer care about anything else. The demonic energy began to gather towards it, and the beasts, who were naturally sensitive to demonic energy, even felt that the concentration of demonic energy around them began to increase in an instant. It had not been supplemented with demonic energy for decades. How could this change not make it overjoyed? Noticing that there were covetous eyes of other beasts, the core species beast suddenly raised its head and let out a warning roar. Everyone was in the core area, and the demonic energy had just begun to gather. Even the surrounding beasts found that the concentration of demonic energy around them began to increase. Under the threat of the core species beast, there was no change. All the beasts began to calm down and slowly felt the demonic energy that had not changed for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Chen had begun to slowly retreat to the periphery. The speed was not very fast, almost moving inch by inch. The formation had been activated, and it would take at least a few decades to be fully effective. Yang Chen couldn't stay here and waste time. When Yang Chen spent a full 2 months rushing to the periphery of the core area, the speed at which the demonic chi converged in this direction had changed from a filament to a trickle. As far as the eye could see, there were dense black ribbons drifting towards the core area. The change in the demonic chi even attracted a lot of beasts that have fled to other areas of the demon continent. At least Yang Chen has seen no less than 10 pairs of beasts, rushing into the core area from the direction he passed. These beasts had been hiding somewhere before, and when they noticed the change of the demonic energy, they immediately came back to grab the territory. Now it was still the time when the concentration of the demonic chi was slowly increasing. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to kill the beasts at this time to obtain the demonic baleful bead. Without the threat of the beasts, Yang Chen directly drove the shuttle and quickly rushed to the place where the large group of people were stationed. This time, Yang Chen was gone for more than 2 years, but the people of the major sect never showed the practice of tearing up the agreement again. They were all quietly adapting to the demonic energy. Those who had not come to the demon continent to gain experience had never thought that there would be such a situation here. If they were not careful, they would trigger their inner demons after being exposed to the demonic energy, which would lead to cultivation deviation. Those who were more adaptable had begun to form teams to kill the demonic beasts. Those in charge of the major sect who had not been to the demon continent finally understood why the experience here could greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Being able to fight and survive in such a harsh environment, it could almost be said that there were no inner demons that could cause confusion to the masters of the experience. Coupled with the experience of surviving life and death battles, it would be the biggest joke if their strength did not improve. Everyone cherished this time very much. They also knew that Yang Chen was going to arrange the formation to attract the demonic energy. Maybe in a few decades at most, the demonic energy here would be absorbed, and they would no longer have the opportunity to use the demonic energy to temper their state of mind. At this time, only fools would think about fighting for the boss's territory. It was important to be able to cultivate more masters for the sect. Everyone had a tacit understanding about the territory long before they set off, and Yang Chen had already given everyone a reason not to fight for the position of the boss. With this reason, they could stand on the height of faith and righteousness. If they didn't take advantage of this time to let themselves experience it, then they would be idiots among fools. When Yang Chen rushed back, what he saw was such a scene in full swing. Seeing that Yang Chen had returned, the real masters of the major sect all came to Yang Chen's side with a tacit understanding, waiting for his good news. In fact, the experts of the major sects had already discovered that the concentration of devil chi in the area they were in had decreased significantly over the past year. If they wanted to gain more experience, they had to go deeper into the devil chi to get better results. However, without Yang Chen's approval, without the guarantee of the formation's success, no one dared to act rashly. The formation has been arranged. Looking at the eager eyes of the masters of the major sect, Yang Chen did not let them ask questions and directly announced the result. There was a burst of joy in everyone's heart, but their faces were calm, but there was a hint of joy in their eyes. How long will it take for the formation to be fully effective? It was Lady Fanghua who asked the question, feeling very anxious. This was also the question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. They all looked at Yang Chen, waiting for his answer. The agreement between Yang Chen and the major sect was that they would listen to Yang Chen's instructions before the formation was set up. Now that the formation had been set up, the agreement had become invalid. From now on, the major sect could do whatever they wanted. It will take about 30 to 50 years for the formation to be fully effective. Yang Chen only gave a rough range, without an exact number. However, for the cultivators, it was just a few decades. They could afford to wait. The demonic energy along the outermost part of the coastline will completely disappear in 1 to 2 years. Then, Yang Chen began to guide everyone. Seniors, you can make arrangements now. Hurry to your territories along the coastline and make arrangements as early as possible. Start from the coastline first, then slowly move inland. At this point, the agreement between me and the major sect has been completed. Seniors, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Before everyone could speak, Yang Chen had already taken the initiative to state the agreement. I have offended you before. Please forgive me. Chapter 1459. Yang Chen said that it was an offense, but in fact, it was only aimed at Chu Yulong of the Four Seas Alliance, and it was Chu Yulong who took the initiative to jump out and provoke him. After seeing Hu Yun's strength and calculating the huge benefits on their side, who would care about Chu Yulong's encounter? Even the people inside the Four Seas Alliance had a lot of dissatisfaction with Chu Yulong. To be honest, even Yin-Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School, which were known as the most capricious and treacherous demon sects, kept their agreement. On the contrary, their Four Seas Alliance had a villain who wanted to break the agreement. Chu Yulong simply made them unable to lift their heads. No one cared about the offense that Yang Chen said. Now everyone had begun to yearn for their own brand new territory. To be honest, with so many people staying in such a small place, and the demon sects used to be enemies, it was already fortunate that there was no large-scale battle. It was unknown how many small frictions had occurred. Finally, everyone restrained themselves well, and there were no serious consequences. Now that they could finally leave, the hearts of the people in charge were finally relieved. As long as they were in their own territory, everything would be fine. Even if it was a life-and-death feud, in the face of dividing the huge cake of the demon continent, it could be completely abandoned. What was a small frictions? Especially until now, everything had been carried out according to the plan proposed by Yang Chen back then, and there would be no accidents in the future development. This was the most important thing. Several people in charge couldn't wait to see the new huge territory of their sect. If the demonic chi disappears, how can the great array of the demon continent be cracked? The question was asked by the person in charge of the Four Seas Alliance. Before everyone went their separate ways, he asked this question that many people were concerned about. The array of the demon continent not only separated the demonic chi and the demonized beasts from the outside world, but also served as a huge portal. When the cultivators left, they must swear on the Great Heart Demon Oath. If the demonic chi disappeared at that time, and they had to swear on the Great Heart Demon Oath, it would bring huge trouble to the disciples of the various sect. Therefore, this was also a public problem that everyone must face. Once all the demonic beasts are eliminated, we can work together to break this formation. Yang Chen directly gave a solution. In fact, when I checked the ancient books left by the Zhao family, I found that the demon continent and this great array were made by the Zhao family. There is a way to crack the array, but to be safe, it is best not to let a trace of demonic energy overflow. This concern was absolutely reasonable. Everyone knew how powerful the demonic qi was. Once the demonic qi spread to other places, it would be a disaster for ordinary people and ordinary cultivators. No one was willing to bear the consequences, and no one could afford to bear the consequences. Now, he just had to wait for all the demonic energy to be absorbed. Everyone had no more questions. When the news that each sect was going to head to their own territories reached the ears of the disciples of each sect, it immediately caused a burst of wild cheers. Under this atmosphere, even the masters of the darching stage completely let go of the reservation in their hearts and joined the ranks of crazy cheers. No one wanted to delay time. Now that everything had been carried out according to the plan, the sect immediately began to gather people. It was still the situation of a few masters with their Immortals Cave magic weapons, rushing to the original designated territory at the fastest speed. Yang Chen's wives and concubines did not leave with their own sect, but stayed with Yang Chen. For this kind of pioneering work, these masters of the darching stage did not have much effect, they were just sitting there. But all the major sect had sent the masters of the supreme level, and there was not much difference whether they were sitting there or not. This time, Chunyang Palace opened up the Chunyang courtyard, and the first to inform the four major sect of the Dao sects, that is, the family of Yang Chen's wives and concubines. No matter what the women did, they did not run away. Now that they had arrived at the demon continent, they naturally had to be with their own husband. In front of his wives and concubines, Yang Chen did not show the ambiguity between him and Lady Fanghua, and in this regard, Lady Fanghua was obviously more professional than Yang Chen. Almost everyone had the same inviolable expression. Only when leaving, Lady Fanghua gave Yang Chen a resentful look when no one noticed. The territory selected by Yang Chen for Chunyang Palace was a large area in the south by the sea. The climate there was humid and the land was fertile, which was most suitable for ordinary people to live. In particular, there were many suitable islands by the sea, and the sea was rich in products. Even if no crops could be grown, relying on the sea alone could feed tens of millions of people. In particular, on this area and hundreds of islands, there were sufficient spiritual veins, which could definitely support the needs of several supersect. Now all of them had become the private territory of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen and his wives and concubines did not need to move carefully along the coastline at all. Gao Yu Gong Sunling, Sun Qingxue, and Shishanshan were no different from being in the Dao sect's territory. Although Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were here for the first time, as masters of the darching stage, they had already adapted to it after more than 2 years. They were worried about not having enough demonic beasts to practice with. Ancestor Wang Yong, Jiao Shiyang, and Meng Xian also showed extremely powerful strength. With Yang Chen's family accompanying them, there would be no problem. As for Hu Yun and the old tree monster Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, these fierce guys wished that all the demonic beasts could be gathered in front of them. Directly crossing a small half of the demon continent at the fastest speed, everyone finally came to the territory of Chunyang Palace that had already been delineated. With Gongsun Ling, all the spiritual veins could not be hidden at all. As early as in the preparation process before departure, Gong Sunling had already refined thousands of protective spirit-gathering formation flags. Every time she arrived at a spiritual vein, she would throw an array flag down regardless of anything and send her disciples to slowly build in the array and occupy the territory. After all, Chunyang Palace was the first to initiate it and the preparation was the most adequate. In fact, before Yang Chen had this plan, Yang Chen had already planned the distribution of the entire Chunyang Palace, surrounding 3 super-large spiritual veins concentrated within 1,000 miles, and other large spiritual veins were distributed around and on the sea, forming a huge mountain gate that could radiate to 90% of the entire territory. The 3 super-large spiritual veins were just enough for the 3 elders Wang Yong, Jiao Shiyang, and Meng Xian to take charge respectively. In the surrounding 4 directions were the old tree monster Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and Hu Yun. Of course, Hu Yun was actually responsible for the island spiritual veins on the sea. The materials prepared were sufficient, and all the disciples knew what they were going to do, so when the people of other sect were still steadily rushing along the coastline to their own territory, the Chunyang Palace had already built the foundation and began to build the huge mountain gate. Chapter 1460. The Pure Yang Palace was different from other families. It was well prepared, it was really well prepared. Not only all the building materials, but also the materials for the array, even where the mountain gate should be built, where the branches should be built, what the mountain gate should be built, what the various branches should be built, all of them were ready-made. All the terrain were in Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map, which had already been planned by the masters. Even among the Jedan stage disciples who came out, a large number of them deliberately set aside more than 10 years to learn construction. Many of the arrays were refined in advance, as long as the array flag was activated. In the future, when it was convenient, long-term fixed arrays would be built. It could almost be said that the construction of Chunyang Courtyard this time, if they wanted money, they had the manpower, and they could start directly. Other sect did not have this advantage. Everyone knew that they were going to open up a new site, but where was the spiritual vein in the specific site, what the terrain was, and how to build it at that time, they were still in the dark. They could only go to the site to explore before they could make a temporary plan and design according to the local conditions. Compared with Chunyang Palace, the efficiency was many times worse. When the sect closest to the starting point finally patrolled most of the site and found several spiritual veins suitable for building the mountain gate, the huge building complex of Chunyang Palace had been completed, and all the disciples had a safe and comfortable place to practice with abundant spiritual power. The devil chi had become more and more faint. Within 1,000 miles of the coastline, there was no devil chi at all, and everything had become normal. The masters above the Yuanying stage, except for those who were in charge, almost all of them stepped on the traces of the devil chi to advance to the core step by step, killing the demonic beasts and gaining experience at the same time. If they were lucky, they might even be able to harvest a few demonic beads. Almost all the animals and plants in the demon continent had been invaded by the devil chi. If they wanted to migrate a large number of ordinary people to live here, not to mention the demonic beasts, the existence of these animals and plants alone was a deadly threat. In the area where the devil chi disappeared, a large number of Jedan stage disciples, the next work was to eradicate all the animals and plants that originally grew here, and then plant all kinds of vegetation that had been prepared in advance, and at the same time release countless animals. The major sects would never think of how well prepared the Pure Yang Palace was. Just the quality of the medicine garden that could grow ordinary plants, the Pure Yang Palace had prepared no less than tens of thousands of them. They all went through the simplest sacrificial refining, as long as ordinary plants could survive. This work took thousands of Yuanying stage ancestors of Chunyang Palace for several years. In each herb garden, there were countless plants from the territories of demons and demons. It could be said that all the plants in the world grew in large numbers here. These were all mature plants that he had collected. As for the seeds that he had prepared, there were thousands of cosmos bags. After the first batch of Jindan cultivators eradicated all kinds of animals and plants and buried them deep, the follow-up personnel immediately released all the plants in the medicine garden and planted them on the original ground. The seeds of all kinds of plants were sown everywhere, and then a large amount of a special mixed liquid was watered. In this liquid, Mo Chunmai had added a powerful spiritual liquid that could promote plant growth. It had an extraordinary effect on promoting seed germination and plant growth. Of course, a large number of planting was not indiscriminately planted, but it was still based on the local natural conditions to choose the most suitable plants. The area was too large, and it did not require much intensive farming, just a large number of planting was enough. There would always be survival of the fittest in the growth of plants, and the last to survive was naturally the most suitable. Many animals were also captured, and until now, there were countless disciples of Chunyang Palace carefully searching for all kinds of animals in the original territory of demons and collecting them together. A large number of slaves who returned to the secular world from Chunyang Palace, in a period of decades, had secretly organized millions of people, promised them land, gave them various resources, and concentrated in several large Immortals cave magic weapons. 10 years after Yang Chen and others set off, Chunyang Palace had sent another group of people on the road to the Demon Continent. These people brought countless animals and a large number of people with them. During the time of the crazy construction of the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen and his wives and concubines were not idle. They walked around the edge of the Chunyang Palace's territory and released tens of thousands of formation flags marking the Chunyang Palace's territory along the road, clearly telling everyone here that this was already the territory of the Chunyang Palace. The major sect finally chose a suitable place for them to build the mountain gate and began to plan the appearance of the mountain gate according to the characteristics of the terrain. At this time, Chunyang Palace had already completed the construction of the mountain gate, and at the same time, cleared out thousands of miles of land on the edge of the coastline, all of which were planted with suitable plants and released suitable animals. Most importantly, several majestic cities had already been built in the most suitable locations for the construction of cities. Even the roads connecting these cities had been completed. The area within 100 miles of the city was all sprayed with a large amount of mixed spiritual liquid. The fertile land, coupled with the burial of a large number of original animal and plant remains, coupled with the stimulation of the super spiritual liquid, oil could almost be squeezed out with one's hands. Such a land, with a little reclamation, would be a good farmland. Those ordinary people who migrated here would never have to worry about starvation. After they came and stabilized, their task was to have a large number of children to fill this empty land. When the second group of people from Chunyang Palace arrived at the Chunyang Palace, the major sect had just completed the construction of the mountain gate. The masters began to frantically clean up the surrounding demonic beasts along the demonic aura. The junior disciples began to carefully explore the surrounding environment, looking for materials suitable for cultivation. At this time, Chunyang Palace had completed almost all the preparatory work, and everything was ready. This batch of Chunyang Palace disciples who arrived, except for the two masters of the Daching stage, most of the others were below the Yuanying stage. A large number of Jedan stage, Foundation Establishment stage and Qi Refining stage disciples came to this land with rich spiritual energy and began to enrich the Chunyang Palace. Along with the disciples came a large number of slaves. These slaves were guaranteed by the sect. Under their leadership, each of them led hundreds of ordinary people and began to form villages, towns, cities, and countries. The sect's requirements for them were not high. They just led these ordinary people to take root and survive here as soon as possible. As long as they had the ability, it was not impossible for them to be the city lord or even the emperor to establish a country. Everything depended on their own ability. Chapter 1461. The people of other major sect were already mentally prepared. To expand the territory here, it was necessary to determine the foundation of the mountain gate first. After the construction was completed, further preparations could be made. Even if the sect master of the major sect knew more information about the Demon Continent, it was impossible to know more than Yang Chen, and there was no way to make such detailed arrangements in advance. Perhaps they were still waiting for the Demon Continent to send someone back to tell them the latest progress of the sect's new territory, and then they could make the next arrangements. The long-distance communication means of the sect were useless beyond this distance that even the shuttle had to fly at top speed for more than 8 years. They could only know by relying on this primitive method. But even so, the major sect also began to slowly prepare all kinds of ordinary people. Even for the big sect, the population was also the foundation. Only among a large number of ordinary people could they find a few suitable disciples for cultivation. The larger the base of the population, the more people suitable for cultivation. This was common sense. However, when the major sect began to gather ordinary people all over the world, Chunyang Palace had already begun to prepare the second batch. One step ahead, step by step, which also established the advantage of Chunyang Palace in the Demon Continent. Even if someone knew that Chunyang Palace had arranged it in advance, it was impossible to have any opinion on it. Originally, they were able to go to the Demon Continent this time because Chunyang Palace organized it, otherwise, they could eat it exclusively without saying a word. If it weren't for the sake of Yang Chen's wife and concubine, and the fact that Chunyang Palace was not willing to eat alone and provoke others, their sect wouldn't even have a chance to eat. Not only could they not have any ideas, but this time, the major sect owed Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen a big favor. In any case, they had to find ways to maintain the interests of Chunyang Palace in the Demon Continent, so that they could barely be regarded as the interest of this big favor. Yang Chen and the people of Chunyang Palace were immersed in the construction of Chunyang Side Palace. The masters of other sect were not completely focused on this, especially those elders. In fact, apart from killing a few demonic beasts that posed a great threat, these supreme elders were basically just there to keep watch. They had no other use. This also gave them enough time to think about another matter. It was not only Chu Yulong of the Four Seas Alliance who was interested in Yang Chen's demonic qi absorption formation. As long as it was a master who had been to the Demon Continent to gain experience, or a master who knew about the demonic bead, all had the same idea. It was just that some people had agreed to Yang Chen's conditions and didn't show it, but Chu Yulong did. Now that they had arrived at the Demon Continent, and they had thoroughly understood the demonic qi and the demonic bead, plus the condition that they had promised Yang Chen before had been fulfilled, they would not break their promise in any case. These supreme masters naturally wanted to know more about the mystery of the formation. It was a bit harmful to ask Yang Chen directly, but Yang Chen never said that the formation that had been arranged was not allowed to be observed. Right now was the best opportunity. As long as they found the formation, they could observe it carefully and learn more about it. It was not bad for themselves or for the sect. It was really a simple thing to find the location of the formation. Since it was a formation that absorbed demonic qi, as long as they followed the direction of the disappearance of the demonic qi, they could naturally find it. This formation was good for everyone, and no one would think of destroying it, but it wouldn't have much impact on observing it at a close distance. No one would think that this was the formation that Yang Chen designed and arranged by himself. Yang Chen had long said that this Demon Continent and the Zhao family had an unclear relationship. The large formation on the periphery had to be broken by the Zhao family's method, and this formation that absorbed demonic qi was the same. They all had the same idea. After the great elders of the major sect settled down at the mountain gate of the sect, they embarked on the journey to find the formation that absorbed demonic qi. They were all supreme masters. When the demonic qi was dissipating, there were almost no decent threats when they passed through the Demon Continent. Without much trouble, they approached the core area from all directions. The core area of the Demon Continent, even if it was small, had a radius of 1,000 miles. When dozens of supreme masters approached separately, everyone was shocked by the scene they saw. Human immortal-level demonic beasts, they never thought that there would be such a terrifying thing in the Demon Continent. There was no threat along the way, and no one had ever approached the core area except for Yang Chen on the Demon Continent before, so no one knew that there would be a human immortal-level demonic beast on the Demon Continent. The demonic beasts in the core area had no other action at this moment except to absorb the black demonic qi visible to the naked eye. Naturally, these supreme masters wouldn't know that these were all demonic beasts. If there were only one or two human immortal-level demonic beasts, these supreme masters wouldn't put them in their eyes, but there were more than 100 demonic beasts in front of each of them. At least in their field of vision, within a distance of a few hundred feet, they saw no less than 200. This was only a human immortal level 1 demonic beast, and it was obvious that this was not the center of the demonic qi absorption formation, but a distant periphery. According to the characteristics of the demonic beasts along the way, everyone could fully imagine how powerful the demonic beasts would be when they approached the absorption formation. For a moment, these human immortal level supreme masters all fell into a state of sluggishness. They originally thought that they were already supreme masters, and they were definitely the top existence in this mortal world. Even if there were masters of the same type, there were only a few of them. But everything in front of them completely overturned the pride in their hearts. In the end, they were just frogs at the bottom of a well, and they didn't know how big the world was. Even the masters who have come to the Demon Continent to gain experience in the past are the same. After sighing with emotion, everyone was left with unconcealable shock. With so many human immortal level masters, How did Yang Chen arrange the demonic qi absorption formation in the center? With the strength of Yang Chen alone? That was absolutely impossible, not to mention these supreme elders didn't believe it. It was estimated that even Yang Chen himself didn't believe it. Even if they didn't believe it, the fact was in front of them. The formation that absorbed demonic qi was obviously in the core area, and it should be in the most central position. They didn't know what kind of masters would be in that position, but it was certain that they would at least be in the realm of human immortal level 10. Maybe there would be Earth immortal level demonic beast. Chapter 1462. Since they were already here, if they didn't go in and have a look, who would be willing? Although they came here separately, they were all human immortal masters. Even if it wasn't for the formation, just the devilish bead of so many demonic beasts was enough for them to be tempted. The only headache was how to go deeper into the area without disturbing so many demonic beasts. Yang Chen was not the only one who had a magic treasure that could shield the divine sense, but it might not be as effective as the overturning sea jasper cup made by the Dragon Clan. But in the hands of a human immortal, it was not much worse than Yang Chen's. Originally, they thought that the battle to exterminate the Taishanmen would be the most terrifying situation in the mortal world that these supreme masters would face. Unfortunately, the heaven's retribution caused by the Taishanmen completely destroyed the Taishanmen. Even the supreme elders did not escape. These human immortal masters were a little disappointed. But now they found that compared with the dozens of supreme masters facing the Taishanmen, everything in front of them was the real big scene. Since becoming supreme masters, when had these masters ever had such an exciting moment? All they could do was to stay dormant in the sect as much as possible, for fear of attracting the heaven's retribution. It wasn't until the demon sealing formation appeared that their days became better. However, cultivating to one's heart's content did not mean that one could fight to one's heart's content to vent. As a supreme master, it meant lonely protection. Their bodies had not been used to their heart's content, and they were almost rusty. Now seeing so many human immortal beasts, everyone's fighting spirit that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time seemed to be awakened in an instant. Unfortunately, the fighting spirit was still not able to be used to its fullest. If one person wanted to fight hundreds of human immortal beasts alone, it would not be a battle, but purely looking for abuse. What everyone was interested in now was what kind of powerful guys were inside, and how Yang Chen arranged the formation inside. With the help of the divine sense shielding magic treasure, the deepest Grand Elder had already entered at least 2/3 of the way into the core area. However, he no longer had the calm demeanor of a human immortal. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Blue Cloud sect, who had already reached the 8th stage of the human immortal stage, was currently passing through the middle of the 4 human immortal and 7 species of beasts nervously. As long as he made the slightest movement, the hundreds of beasts around him who were at the same level would definitely swarm him. This crevice was the least likely to alarm the demonic beasts. In order to see what was inside, Elder Wang was almost risking his life. At this time, he didn't have the mind to think about how Yang Chen came in. The only thought in his mind was to get through this obstacle first. Finally, Elder Wang passed through this narrow passage. The road ahead seemed to be wider, and there were fewer demonic beasts in front of him. However, Elder Wang did not relax at all. There were fewer beasts, but their realms were getting higher and higher. He could already see a few stage 8 human immortal beasts puffing out smoke. All the Grand Supreme Elders in the core area, whether they had experienced in the demon continent before or not, had a completely consistent view at this moment. Those who claimed to have experienced in the demon continent didn't know the true horror of the demon continent at all. They hadn't even seen 1% of the horror. They were all pitiful people looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. What experience? It was just playing house. Elder Wang had already advanced a little further. However, this mere 100 miles had taken him almost an entire year's time to traverse. If it weren't for the powerful divine sense shielding magic treasure on his body, and Elder Wang's own cultivation base was high enough, he would have been discovered by the surrounding beasts. The black demonic qi was crazily rushing towards the center of the area, which could only mean one thing, that was, the formation that absorbed the demonic qi was still in the center. Elder Wang was only shocked at this time. How did young Chen, a junior in the middle darching stage, come to this kind of dead zone? After all, he was a master of the 8th grade human immortal. With the help of several powerful magic treasures, it took at least 6 years for Elder Wang to come from the periphery of the core area, which could almost be said to be the most central area. It was said to be the most central area, but in fact, there were still dozens of miles away from the most central area. However, after arriving at this place, Elder Wang could no longer go on. It wasn't that he didn't want to go deeper, it was that the demonic qi here was so strong that even Elder Wang couldn't bear it. Going further, Elder Wang could only be affected by the demonic qi and fall into the wrong path. Another most important reason was that the surrounding demonic beasts were too strong. Just in this area around him, there were 2 demonic beasts of the 10th grade human immortal realm. If they weren't immersed in absorbing the demonic qi, Elder Wang would never dare to stand in the same place. This was not all. The key was that his divine sense had already discovered that there was at least one peerless powerhouse not far ahead, suppressing all the demonic beasts here and not daring to take a step forward. Even the 10th grade human immortal realm demonic beasts were like this. One could imagine how terrifying the powerhouse inside was. An earthly immortal expert. Although Elder Wang didn't know how much he wanted to admit it, everything in front of him and the powerhouse's aura that he felt forced him to come to this conclusion. In the past, when Yang Chen destroyed the Zhao family's manor, he once said that the Zhao family's manor was located on the body of a 4th grade black tortoise of the earthly immortal realm. Many people didn't believe this. At that time, Yang Chen and his wives were only at the nascent soul and Mahayana stage. With their knowledge, how could they know what an earthly immortal expert was like? It was most likely a black tortoise of the human immortal realm and they were just exaggerating it. How could there be an earthly immortal expert in the mortal world? However, Elder Wang now personally felt the terror of an earthly immortal expert. Even though he was already in the 8th grade human immortal realm, when faced with such a huge difference in cultivation level, he still felt a sense of fear and loss that he couldn't resist at all. So there really was an earthly immortal expert in this world. While Elder Wang was terrified, his heart was also filled with endless shock. That young Chen, how did he manage to set up such a formation around an earthly immortal expert? Even if the earthly immortal expert was just a demonic beast, it should be an earthly immortal level demonic beast, right? Even he himself spent 6 years to get here from the periphery, but young Chen only used 2 years to finish setting up the formation and return. How did he do it? With this question in mind, Elder Wang couldn't wait to find out the answer. However, the most important thing right now was how to leave safely, not how to find out the answer. Fortunately, with the experience of coming in, Elder Wang was even more cautious when he left, but his speed was a little faster. In less than 4 years, Elder Wang had completely left the core area. Chapter 1463. Far away from those beasts, after he could no longer see their figures, the first thing Elder Wang did was to rush back to the sect to report that he was safe. A trip back and forth took 10 years, and it was estimated that the people in the sect were already anxious. If the Supreme Master had an accident here, no one could bear such a loss. There were many people who did the same thing as Elder Wang, but everyone's time was different, and the distance to the core area was different, but the shock in their hearts was stronger than the other. During this period, at least 8 Supreme Masters were accidentally discovered by those beasts. One of them used a powerful body protection magic weapon and a flying magic weapon to desperately escape from that area. The others were all killed in the mouth of the beasts, and they didn't even have the chance to cross the tribulation and ascend. Even the one who escaped was not in one piece. He lost an arm and half a leg, and at least half of the bones in his body were broken. When he struggled to get back to his own sect's territory, he could no longer hold on and fell into a coma. If he hadn't sent out a distress signal in advance, and a disciple came to the rescue, he might have lost his life to the beasts, or he would have died in the mouth of an ordinary demonic beast. Until now, this Supreme Master is still in a coma, and his injury has not improved. If it weren't for his previous solid foundation, he might have died here. Fortunately, everyone understood that the best healing master in the world, Yang Chen, was on this continent. The two elders of Yin-Yang Demon School immediately took this supreme elder and a group of disciples to the location of the Pure Yang Palace to ask Yang Chen for help. Before that, at least 14 supreme masters of various sects had already rushed to the Pure Yang Palace, hoping that Yang Chen could solve the confusion in their hearts. Of course, they couldn't directly ask Yang Chen how to arrange the formation, but another question. So many human immortal-level demonic beasts, how could they get rid of them? If they were allowed to develop like this, the major sect, let alone keep their territory, it was unknown whether they could keep their lives. This was not an excuse, but a real problem to face. Since Yang Chen had made a plan from the beginning, he must have a solution. Otherwise, if the major sect wasted so much manpower and money, and there was no way to solve it in the end, it would be the cause of destruction for the Chunyang Palace. When there were benefits, everyone was an ally. But if they caused everyone to suffer heavy casualties, then they would become enemies. No matter what, Yang Chen had to give an explanation to all parties. When the people of the major sect arrived at the Chunyang Side Palace, they found that the construction progress of the Chunyang Palace far exceeded that of their sect. Of course, these could be understood. After all, the Pure Yang Palace was the first to propose to expand the new site here. It was inevitable that they would be well prepared. Even this site had been explored as early as when Yang Chen was practicing, so they directly asked for this site. Yang Chen was not in the Chunyang Side Palace. Ancestor Wang Yong received the people from the sect. The sect did not arrive at the same time, so the first ones had to wait for the later ones. When everyone arrived, Yang Chen would explain it to everyone. In fact, Wang Yong and others did not know that there were still human immortal level beasts on the demon continent until now. It was the people of the major sect who told them. After hearing this, he was also a little scared. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already told him that no matter how big the matter was, he would wait for him to come back, so Wang Yong was so sure. Wang Yong knew very well that no matter how much Yang Chen planned, he would not plot against the Chunyang Palace. In the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen was the young palace master on the surface, but in fact, he had the same power as the palace master. All the elders would never disobey Yang Chen's decision. Even the palace master was like this. Even if Yang Chen became the palace master, it would be no different, right? The people of the major sect arrived one after another, and even the seriously injured masters were brought here. Wang Yong did not neglect it at all. He directly used a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill first. He sold a great favor first, and when Yang Chen came back, he would slowly harvest it. The seriously injured great elder, with this Lingji mushroom jade pill, finally stabilized his injury and stopped it from deteriorating. But after all, he was a human immortal level master. Such an injury, even if it was a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, it could only maintain the injury. If he wanted to heal and recover, it was still lacking a little meaning. Yang Chen's family did not let everyone wait for a long time. In less than half a year, they rushed back to the Chunyang Side Palace. This time, the boundaries of the Chunyang Palace were almost all visited, and some threatening demonized beasts were completely cleaned up. It could be said that the Chunyang Side Palace could really be said to have no more dangers. After coming back, the first thing Yang Chen did was to treat the seriously injured Supreme Master first. Now it was not a life and death situation, of course, saving people was the top priority. Others had no opinion. The more Yang Chen was like this, the more it showed that he had a well-thought-out plan. To be able to arrange the formation in that place, it was impossible to say that Yang Chen did not know the threat of those powerful beasts. Therefore, the only explanation was that Yang Chen had a way to deal with it. In this case, everyone was relieved and let Yang Chen save people first. Otherwise, they would not only offend Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace, but also the injured sect Yin-Yang Demon School. The injury is not a big problem. After looking at it, Yang Chen finally gave a conclusion: 10 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills, in 2 years, you can basically recover. But what? He was used to the superiority of the human immortal master, and suddenly became a seriously injured person. Of course, there would be a huge psychological gap. Now listening to Yang Chen saying that the injury was not serious, but there were other problems, he was shocked and he could no longer care about it and asked eagerly, "This lost arm and leg? Yang Chen said the crux of the problem, but did not directly sentence the death penalty, but said very hesitantly, "Maybe a little troublesome." Listening to the voice, who was not a person present, they immediately heard the meaning of Yang Chen's words. Before coming to see Yang Chen, the elder was already mentally prepared. As long as the injury could be healed, he would be satisfied. If he wanted to recover the broken hands and feet, at least he had to go to the spiritual realm and get the 6th grade or even the 7th grade medicinal pill. However, listening to the meaning of Yang Chen's words, he might have a way to solve this problem, but it was more troublesome. This news immediately made the great elder overjoyed, and at the same time, it also shocked the people in charge of the major sect present. It was a disability of broken hands and feet, and it was a disability that the human immortal master could not deal with by himself. Yang Chen actually had a way. How could they not be extremely excited? Chapter 1464. I'm unable to repay Master Yang's great kindness. The one who spoke was the heavily injured elder Ju of the Yin-Yang demon sect. After consuming 2 5th revolution Lingji Ju pills, his movements had returned to normal except for the fact that he couldn't fight. Even his speech wasn't hindered in the slightest. "Master, if you can cure me of my broken limbs, I'll definitely repay you with my life." For a supreme expert to make such a promise in the mortal world, it could be said that there was nothing for Yang Chen to worry about. This favor was definitely significant. Even the people from Yin-Yang Demon School were a little surprised. However, to Elder Ju, being able to help him return to normal and not be crippled like he was now was simply akin to giving him a second chance at life. Others would not be able to feel his pain if they were not injured or crippled. He did not want to continue this feeling at all. "Elder Ju, don't be impatient." However, there was no excitement on Yang Chen's face. It was as if the gratitude of a supreme expert was nothing more than this. "Junior is unable to do it now. Elder Ju, you'll have to wait for some time." After saying that, he did not wait for Elder Ju to ask and directly gave the time. Based on Junior's estimation, gathering medicinal ingredients and some preparatory work will take about 100 years. He could recover, but it would take about 100 years. If Elder Ju's injuries recovered and he ascended immediately, the sect might be able to find a 6th or 7th revolution pill for him to solve this problem when he reached the spiritual realm. Speaking of which, it was better to ascend. But then again, after ascending with such a crippled body, Elder Ju's combat strength and cultivation would definitely be greatly reduced. By then, his position in the sect would inevitably be a little awkward. He had guarded the sect for hundreds or thousands of years. If the sect gave too little, it would be disappointing, but if it gave too much, it would incur jealousy. Especially when Elder Ju used a 6th revolution or even a 7th revolution pill. Even in the spirit realm, 6th revolution or 7th revolution pills were not so easy to obtain. Elder Ju's sect contribution points would probably be used up too. After weighing the pros and cons, it was better to settle this matter in the mortal world and owe Yang Chen a big favor. However, it would be a different situation after ascending. "It's just 100 years, I can still wait." Elder Ju was also a decisive person and made a decision almost instantly. "Grandmaster Yang, feel free to do as you please. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Although this old man's arms and legs are broken, I can still help Grandmaster Yang pull the stirrup and pull the horse. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely do my best to resolve Elder Ju's worries." A human immortal level elder said that he would fall off the stirrup. Of course, Yang Chen also wanted to return the favor. He immediately said politely, "Senior does not have to worry about wasting 100 years of time. This younger generation junior has been pondering about this medicinal pill. It is more than enough to make up for the 100 years of life of Senior." Yang Chen would definitely publicize the matter of the prolonging life pill. He was not a soft persimmon that could be slaughtered by others. He was not afraid of people using the crooked brain of the prolonging life pill. Moreover, the longevity pill required pure yin true fire and pure yang true fire to be used in alchemy at the same time. Except for Yang Chen, no one had such a powerful strength. Since he wanted to rely on life extension pills to obtain some benefits for the future, he had to advertise first. This was an opportunity. In the mortal world, Was there anyone more suitable to endorse than a master at the very high level? What? Not only Elder Jew, but all the people in charge of the major sect were all shocked. Whether it was the masters at the Mahayana stage or the masters at the very high level, they all let out a cry of surprise. Everyone knew what it meant to have a pill that could extend one's lifespan. Everyone understood one thing, and that was that the cultivation obtained through one's own cultivation was far more reliable than the cultivation obtained through other methods. Although Yang Chen already had the 100-year pill, which could help people improve their cultivation and make up for the consequences of not being able to break through and ascend to immortality, no matter what, it was better to rely on the 100-year pill to improve one's lifespan. The consequences of using the 100-year pill to ascend to immortality might take 200 years or even longer to make up for in the spiritual world. In the end, it was still a method of robbing the East Wall to pay the West Wall. Relying on the 100-year pill to break through and increase one's lifespan, one would still have to return the lifespan in the future. Now that Yang Chen said that his new pill could not only repair broken limbs, but also increase one's lifespan, how could they not be shocked? If Yang Chen really had such a powerful pill, no one in this world could compete with Yang Chen in alchemy. Of course, so far, it seemed that no one could surpass Yang Chen, a 5th-grade alchemist. It seemed that from the time they heard of Yang Chen's name until now, they had not heard of Yang Chen saying anything false in alchemy. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Anyway, they all had the same thought, that was, no matter what, they had to have a good relationship with Yang Chen. Even if the trouble of those demonic beasts at the worldly immortal level could not be solved this time, and the sect had to suffer huge losses, they would not hesitate. Not only the major sect who came to visit, Wang Yong, Jiao Shiyang and Meng Xian were also extremely shocked. Although Yang Chen had brought them many surprises in the past, and they were almost used to it, when they heard this news, they could not help but smile wryly in ecstasy. It seemed that this junior of theirs was becoming more and more monstrous. He had even come up with a pill that could extend one's lifespan. No one knew what kind of amazing performance he would have in the future. It seemed that the sect's days of pride in the spiritual realm and the immortal realm were not far away. Fortunately, everyone was an expert. Occasionally, they would lose their composure, but they quickly controlled their emotions. Seeing that the problem of Elder Jew's injury had been solved, everyone focused on the demonic beasts at the worldly immortal level. How did you set up that array in the center of so many demonic beasts at the worldly immortal level? Yang Chen heard everyone's doubts and laughed. Yang Chen's smile made the elders a little stunned. Was this question so funny? Seniors, these demonic beasts are actually passionate about absorbing demonic qi. Yang Chen explained with a smile, this younger generation junior just arranged the formation, and after it began to absorb the demonic qi, it would naturally attract powerful demonic beasts to gather. How could I set up the array in the center of those demonic beasts? Hearing Yang Chen's explanation, everyone was stunned, but they immediately understood. When they saw the demonic beasts at the worldly immortal level, they immediately began to consider the difficulty of Yang Chen setting up the array. They did not expect the process to be reversed. Immediately, everyone felt relieved and smiled bitterly. They were speechless that they did not think of such a simple thing. Now that there are earthly immortal level demonic beasts over there, what should we do in the future? Elder Wang, who was the deepest in the array, asked worriedly.